Examination of witnesses in the legal sense, nor do we permit questions related to fault, outside litigation, or legal liability in general. Such questions are not relevant to the fact-finding purposes of an investigative hearing conducted by the NTSB or our statutory mission. This does not mean difficult questions won't be asked. They will be, and they should be. This is an investigation. We are here to improve safety. That is our sole focus. So with that, Dr. Bauer, please describe the exhibits.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. Exhibits for this hearing include reports produced by NTSB investigative staff, videos, and other documents submitted by the technical panel members, witnesses, and parties to support the testimony and questions you will hear over the next 3 days. The exhibits for this hearing are in the docket. The docket number is SA-544. That's Sierra Alpha 544. The NTSB is authorized by statute to disclose information to carry out its mission, but we protect confidentiality and proprietary information to the extent possible. As such, the exhibits contain redactions. These are the results of negotiations between the parties and the NTSB regarding the disclosure of information claimed to be personally identifiable, security sensitive, or proprietary in nature. Though redacted, the exhibits contain sufficient information so that members of the public can refer to them during the hearing and throughout the NTSB investigation. The exhibits entered into the record in any presentations, along with other records of the investigation, become part of the NTSB public docket and are available via the NTSB website, ntsb.gov. The public docket opened this morning. Party spokespersons and witnesses have been provided electronic copies of the public docket containing the exhibits identified above. The docket is located on the investigation page, which you can access in one of two ways: by visiting ntsb.gov, or if you've joined us in person, you can scan the QR code on the hearing agenda. On the investigation page, you will find the link to the public docket on the right-hand side, just below the map. A transcript of the testimony taken during the hearing will be prepared and entered into the docket as soon as possible. In addition, Mr. Baranovsky will keep a list of any documents admitted during the hearing that are not currently exhibits in the NTSB public docket. These documents will be submitted after the hearing and entered into the docket. As a reminder, if a party to the hearing has a new exhibit to propose in accordance with 49 CFR section 845.9, it will not be admitted unless the chairwoman determines that a good cause has been shown. While parties do not participate in the analysis of evidence, parties can submit written comments for our consideration. This is where parties can state their views for the record, such as the potential conclusions that may be drawn. We strongly encourage the parties to submit written comments, which are beneficial to our analysis. Our regulations provide two separate opportunities to do so. First, parties may submit comments on the hearing. Per 49 CFR section 845.13, following the investigative hearing, any party to the hearing may submit proposed findings to be drawn from the testimony and exhibits, a probable cause, and proposed safety recommendations designed to prevent future accidents or incidents. The proposals shall be submitted within the time specified by the investigative hearing officer at the close of the hearing and shall be made part of the public docket. Parties to the investigative hearing shall serve copies of their proposals on all other parties to the hearing. Such comments are due to me, the hearing officer, within 30 calendar days after the close of the hearing, by September 1, 2025. We ask that any submissions be sent to us electronically. The second opportunity to submit comments is through the traditional party submission process outlined in 49 CFR section 831.14. Any party to the investigation may submit to the NTSB written proposed findings to be drawn from the evidence produced during the course of the investigation, a probable cause, and/or proposed safety recommendations designed to prevent future accidents. A due date for this submission will be provided by the investigator in charge at a later time. Parties may avail themselves of one, both, or neither of these opportunities. If you do send comments at any point, they will be included in the public docket. As mentioned, we will consider party comments during the analysis phase of the investigation and in the preparation of the final report. Chairwoman Hamady, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, those comments for the hearing due 30 days from the close of this hearing, September 1st, 2025, by September 1st. Thank you so much, Dr. Bauer, for going through that. And I'm now going to turn it over to Bryce Banning, our investigator in charge, to provide an overview of the accident.
Morning, Chairwoman Hamady and members Inman and Graham. I'll begin my presentation with an animation. The animation is about 11 minutes long and will cover a summary of the event, depict the flight tracks of the accident aircraft, and show air traffic control communications as well as helicopter intercockpit communications. There will also be audio associated with the communications mentioned. The animation will conclude with an airport security video of the accident aircraft in flight and ends immediately when the collision occurs. Events after the collision are not represented in the video. We realize that some attendees and remote viewers may find this animation and security video difficult to view and hear. We would like to take a moment to allow those currently in the boardroom to leave for the duration of the video, or turn away from your screens if viewing remotely. We will inform you when the animation and video are finished playing. We will begin the animation now. On January 29th, 2025, about 8:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a Sikorsky UH-60 Lima helicopter operated by the United States Army and a PSA Airlines CRJ-700 collided in flight approximately 1/2 mile southeast of Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, or DCA. The two pilots, 2 flight attendants, and 60 passengers on board the airplane, and all 3 crew members on board the helicopter were fatally injured. The military helicopter flight originated from Davison Army Airfield, Fort Belvoir, Virginia. The flight was an annual evaluation for the pilot with the use of night vision goggles. The airplane was operated by PSA Airlines, doing business as American Airlines Flight 5342, a scheduled domestic passenger flight under Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Part 121, from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. Night visual meteorological conditions prevailed at the time of the accident. In the radio communications, the accident airplane was using call sign Blue Streak 5342, and the Army helicopter was using call sign Pat 25. The Federal Aviation Administration provides charts that specify helicopter routes to facilitate operations in high-traffic areas. The helicopter routes have no defined lateral boundaries, but they do have maximum altitude limits. The helicopter routes are depicted by a blue line on the Google Earth image. Helicopter Route 1's western section begins in Cabin John, Maryland, and follows the Potomac River southeast to Washington, D.C., through the Tidal Basin and the Washington Channel to Haines Point, and then turns east along the Anacostia River. At the time of the accident, Helicopter Route 4 intercepted Route 1 at Haines Point and continued south along the Potomac River's eastern shore past DCA and the Wilson Bridge. North of Chain Bridge, the maximum altitude is 1,300 feet. Between Chain Bridge and Key Bridge, the maximum altitude is 700 feet. Between Key Bridge and Memorial Bridge, the maximum altitude is 300 feet, and south of Memorial Bridge to the Wilson Bridge, the maximum altitude is 200 feet. At 8:33 p.m., 15 minutes before the collision, Pat 25 requested permission to travel from Cabin John along Helicopter Route 1 to Helicopter Route 4 to Davison Army Airfield. The DCA local controller approved the request.
Pat 25 is looking for Cabin John, Route 1, Route 4 to Davison.
Pat 25 approved.
There was no communication between Pat 25 and the DCA local controller for 12 minutes. At 8:39 p.m., 9 minutes before the collision, Flight 5342 was cleared for the Mount Vernon Visual Runway 1 approach to DCA by Potomac Terminal Radar Approach Control. Select in-cockpit communications between the instructor and the pilot in Pat 25, primarily about altitude, will be shown on a black background in the animation. At 8:43 p.m., 5 minutes before the collision, Flight 5342 was handed off to the DCA Tower Local Controller. The local controller asked the crew of Flight 5342 if they could switch their approach from Runway 1 to Runway 33.
Bushview 5342, Washington Tower 1 star 32017, gust 25. Can you take runway 33?
The crew accepted the change and they were cleared to land on Runway 33. This magnified satellite photograph shows the locations of Runway 1 and Runway 33 at DCA.
Yeah, we can do 33 for Bushview 5342.
Bushview 5342 at the Wilson Bridge, change to start for runway 33, clear to land.
Change to runway 33, runway 33 for land, Bushview 5342.
There was no further communication between the local controller and the crew of Flight 5342 before the collision. The following animation shows the positions and altitudes of the accident aircraft for the final 3 minutes before the collision. An altitude profile view of the two accident aircraft is also displayed. Audio of the air traffic control communications will be played during the animation. The local controller was operating on 2 channels. While all aircraft could hear the local controller, helicopter crews could only hear radio transmissions from other helicopters, and airplane crews could only hear transmissions from other airplanes. Only communications between the local controller and PAT 25 will be shown in text on the screen. The controller twice advised the crew of PAT 25 about the conflicting traffic on approach and circling to land for runway 33. Both times the crew of PAT 25 reported that they had the traffic in sight and requested to maintain visual separation. The controller approved the request both times.
PAT 25, traffic just south of Wilson Bridge to CRJ at 1,200 feet, circle runway 33. This separation approved. American 1630 Tower, runway 1, lot boy, traffic throughout circle runway 33, this traffic on 6 mile funnel.
Flight up runway 1, American 1630. Tower muscle, approaching Springfield, request around 3, runway 1.
Most 7, stand by. Issue 5307. Keep rolling out to November, ground 47. Good day.
November 307. National College, good evening. Air Care 1 with you. Single medevac.
American 1630 1 star 32014, Gulf 25. Traffic 2 mile left base, runway 33. No delay. Runway 1 clear for immediate takeoff.
Number 1, clear for takeoff. American 1630.
Muscle 7 0 request.
And Muscle 7 request route 3 to zone 6.
Muscle 7, you said route 3 to zone 6.
Hey, sir,
Muscle 7 approved.
American 472, National Tower, good evening. Air Care 1's with you. Single medevac helicopter 1,000 feet, 29901 on the altimeter. Requesting zone 6 for Fairfax.
Medevac Air Care 1, Washington Tower, National Altimeter 29990. Approved through Washington class, Robert Space for Portland, insured at Fairfax.
29990 for Air Care 1, copy.
PAT 25, do you have the CRJ in sight? PAT 25, pass behind the CRJ.
This club has a aircraft in sight, precision separation.
This separation.
The following video shows the airplane and helicopter leading up to the point of collision. The video was recorded by a camera located near the approach end of runway 33 at DCA oriented to the south. The video shows the night lighting conditions and the appearance of the aircraft lights against the cultural lighting of the city. Aircraft lined up on approach to DCA can be seen in the right corner of the screen. The flashing lights identify the touchdown zone of runway 33's landing threshold. Flight 5342 is visible in the upper left corner as it approaches runway 33. Pat 25 appears from the left side of the screen, moving to the right as the two aircraft cross flight paths. This concludes the animation.
Thank you, Mr. Banning. We're going to turn to the first panel. So, Dr. Bauer, will you please provide an overview of the panel topics and introduce the technical panel and the witnesses?
Chairwoman Hamady, the first panel is overview of the accident helicopters, air data systems, and altimeters. The panels will address helicopter static pressure and pressure altimeter systems, static system error and instrument error of the altimeter, total error effects on the accuracy of barometric altitude, military and civilian design requirements for helicopter air data systems and altimeters, design challenges for helicopter air data systems and altimeters, helicopter altimeter accuracy, standards, checks, and verification, and how accuracy of parametric data is verified and maintained for both civil and military flight data recorders. The NTSB technical panel, starting on my right, is composed of Mr. Chihoon Shin, aerospace engineer, helicopters, Ms. Marie Moeller, mechanical engineer, vehicle performance, Mr. Sean Payne, branch chief, vehicle recorder division, and Mr. Michael Portman, aerospace engineer, recorder specialist. Witnesses for panel 1 are composed of the following individuals, starting from my left, nearest the board members. Mr. Dan Cooper, Senior Technical Fellow for Avionics, Systems Integration and Test with Sikorsky. Mr. Lance Gant, Chief Scientist and Technical Advisor for Rotorcraft with the Federal Aviation Administration. Chief Warrant Officer Colleen Lewis, Department of Evaluation and Standardization with the U.S. Army. Mr. Steve Bradham, Chief Airworthiness Engineer with the U.S. Army. And Mr. Scott Rosengren, the UH-60 Chief Engineer with the U.S. Army. Chairwoman Hamady, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket as exhibits.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. Will the witnesses please stand? Please raise your right hand and answer by saying, "I do." Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. As a reminder to the witnesses, you'll remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing. We ask, and this is very important, we ask that you answer questions factually. Please avoid analysis or any speculation. If there's a question about the question, if it leads to speculation or you think it might, just direct the question to me and I'll make sure to clarify. Also, I'm going to ask our staff, we've already talked, but just a reminder, and then also the witnesses, please do not use acronyms. We all use it frequently, but there are a lot of people, both in the audience and watching virtually, who don't know what those acronyms mean. So we want to make sure that they can follow along. So please try. I know it'll happen, of course, but if we can try and do our best, I think that would be much appreciated. Finally, you have microphones ahead of you, so just push the microphone button to talk and push it again when you're finished. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Shin.
Good morning. We will begin panel 1 of this investigative hearing with a presentation from myself and Ms. Moeller. The purpose of this panel is to discuss the air data system and altimeters on the UH-60L Black Hawk helicopter. Investigators identified discrepancies related to the accident helicopter's altitude, leading to additional investigative work to determine the validity of the altitude information displayed to UH-60L pilots and the altitude data recorded by the helicopter's Flight Data Recorder, or FDR. To begin, it's important to start with some definitions of altitude, which is an aircraft's height above some reference point. In this image, there's an example of two different ways that altitude can be measured: above mean sea level and above ground level. We will discuss pressure altitude, which is then corrected to height above mean sea level, and radio altitude, which is measured by bouncing radio waves off a surface below the aircraft to determine its height above ground. A third type of altitude, GPS geometric altitude, will also be referenced. Generally, atmospheric pressure decreases with increased altitude. The air is thinner on top of Mount Everest compared to near sea level, such as Washington, D.C. The International Standard Atmosphere Model, or ISA model, defines an altitude for a baseline pressure of 29.92 inches of mercury at sea level. If you measure the static air pressure around an aircraft, it can be compared to the ISA model to determine how high the aircraft is. However, as you know from weather forecasts, atmospheric pressure can change, so a correction factor for local atmospheric conditions is needed to be applied to more accurately determine an aircraft's height above sea level. A barometric altimeter is essentially a barometer that measures static air pressure and displays an altitude in feet. The image on the right shows a UH-60L barometric altimeter. Local atmospheric conditions that necessitate a correction factor can be applied to the altimeter using a barometric adjustment knob. This local altimeter setting corrects the ambient pressure altitude to the helicopter's altitude above mean sea level. The barometric setting for the altimeter is shown on a 4-digit counter in the altimeter setting window, also known as the Colesman window. Local altimeter settings are broadcast on Automatic Terminal Information Service, or ATIS, and by Air Traffic Control, or ATC. Multiple cockpit instruments, including the barometric altimeter, measure static air pressure surrounding an aircraft as part of their function. Static ports supply static air pressure to these instruments via a series of tubes. Static ports can be located on the fuselage as shown in the yellow arrows in this image. Static ports can also be incorporated into a pitot tube, which is called a pitot-static probe. The UH-60L helicopter, as shown in the image on the right, has two pitot-static probes that are located on the left and right sides of the cockpit roof, immediately aft of the cockpit doors. The UH-60L helicopter has two independent static systems, identified as Static 1 and Static 2. Each pitot-static probe has one port for its pitot system, 2 ports for its Static 1 system, and 2 ports for its Static 2 system. The right pilot's barometric altimeter uses static air pressure from the Static 1 system, while the left pilot's barometric altimeter uses static air pressure from the Static 2 system. The simplified diagram on the right shows how the Static 1 system supplies static air pressure to the right pilot's barometric altimeter. An air data transducer also uses static air pressure supplied by the Static 1 system. Outputs from the air data transducer are used by multiple helicopter systems. One of these systems is the remote data concentrator, which receives uncorrected pressure altitude data and supplies that data to the Integrated Vehicle Health Monitoring System, or IVHMS, which includes the Helicopter Flight Data Recorder, or FDR. Next, Ms. Moeller will discuss the pressure altitude data from the Black Hawk's FDR that was analyzed for this investigation.
With that explanation of pressure altitude and barometric altimeters, I'm now going to discuss the altitudes recorded by the accident helicopter. This plot shows the FDR recorded pressure altitude in blue for a portion of the flight. The blue dotted line is the pressure altitude corrected for the local altimeter setting. The red line is what we determined to be the actual height above sea level of the helicopter based on radio altitude and terrain, which will be discussed further in the next slide. The Army crew was trained to fly the helicopter routes around DCA using the barometric altimeter. The triangles show 3 pilot altitude callouts recorded on the CVR during this portion of flight. Altitude callouts showed a possible lower than actual altitude understanding by the crew. To explain how we determined the helicopter's actual height above sea level, I'm going to start by walking through the altitudes recorded by the accident airplane. The CRJ recorded 3 types of altitude measurements: pressure, radio, and geometric. As discussed at the beginning of the presentation, radio altitude is measured by bouncing radio waves off the terrain below an aircraft, and geometric altitude is determined by GPS satellite triangulation. These 3 types of altitude are shown in this plot as recorded. Like pressure altitude, radio and geometric altitudes must be corrected for local effects. When these 3 independently measured altitudes were corrected for local conditions, they showed good agreement by being within 10 to 20 feet of each other, confirming they were reliable measurements of the airplane's height above sea level. After some additional checks at known ground locations, the CRJ's altitude was considered well validated. This plot shows the CRJ's corrected pressure and radio altitudes as solid lines, and the Black Hawk's corrected pressure and radio altitudes as dotted lines for the end of the flight. The Black Hawk was not broadcasting to ADSB, so no geometric altitude was available for comparison. For the final 5 minutes of flight, the helicopter was flying over the tidal portion of the Potomac River, so the radio altitude would be equal to the height above sea level. Additionally, later testing of similar helicopters, which will be discussed next, showed good agreement between geometric and radio altitudes while over the river, adding an additional level of confidence to the radio altitude's accuracy. While the radio altitudes of the CRJ and the helicopter, which are shown as red lines, were within 10 feet at the approximate time of impact, the helicopter corrected pressure altitude was 100 feet lower than the CRJ's corrected pressure altitude. This picture shows the instrument panel of a UH-60L. On the right side of the image, the radio altimeter is circled in red, and the barometric altimeter is circled in green. The discrepancies between the radio and pressure altitudes recorded on the accident flight data recorder and questions about what altitude was displayed to the crew based on their altitude callouts led to a series of altimeter tests. 3 UH-60L helicopters from the same battalion as the accident aircraft flew a formation flight where the right seat pilots wore cameras to record the instrument panel. After the flight, the data recorders for each helicopter were downloaded for comparison to the in-cockpit instrumentation videos. This led the lead helicopter was broadcasting to ADSB, so geometric altitude for that aircraft was also recorded. The altimeter testing found that on the ground, before the engines were started, the barometric altimeters of all 3 helicopters were within 20 to 45 feet of the field elevation, which would be considered within tolerance. Once the main rotor was producing enough lift to hover, the barometric altimeter readings dropped significantly and were lower than the helicopter's actual on-the-ground elevation or hover altitude. Notably, the barometric altimeters continued to be 80 to 130 feet lower than the helicopter's determined altitude above sea level when flying at speed over the tidal portion of the Potomac River later in the test. Additionally, the corrected pressure altitude recorded on the data recorders did not match the video captured barometric altimeter readings on the ground for any helicopter, but did show good agreement when flying over the Potomac for 2 of the helicopters. The results of the flight test led to on-ground tests of the pitot-static systems for each helicopter. For these checks, the pitot-static probes are connected to a test rig that simulates set altitudes by increasing or decreasing the pressure the probes see. The altimeters on 2 of the test helicopters performed well. On the 3rd helicopter, the altimeters still performed within or near the tolerance, but were less accurate. So, while the altimeters showed an 80 to 130 foot differences in flight, they were within 20 to 55 feet under a controlled test environment. A helicopter's rotor system produces the lift and thrust that allows it to fly. The wind that you feel when you are near a helicopter taking off is the downwash produced by the rotor, which changes the air pressure around the fuselage of the helicopter, making it challenging to measure an accurate static pressure to determine altitude. The controlled environment of the pitot-static ground checks eliminated all rotor downwash effects, and those results also matched the flight test altimeter readings that were made before the engines were started. But once the helicopter rotors were turning and producing lift and thrust, the altimeter readings lowered significantly and stayed lower throughout the flights. In summary, we found discrepancies between the FDR pressure altitude and determined height above sea level for the accident helicopter. Subsequent testing showed discrepancies between the cockpit barometric altimeters and the determined height above sea level on 3 other UH-60Ls. The objective of this panel is to learn more about the design of pitot-static systems and the altimeters, the unique challenges in designing such systems for helicopters, and how the accuracy of these systems is determined and maintained. Another objective of this panel is to learn more about how parametric data, particularly from the air data systems, are validated for flight recorders. This concludes our presentation. Mr. Shin will now begin questioning.
For the witnesses for this panel, we'll ask our questions in 3 distinct topic areas: air data system design, pilot operational considerations with the barometric altimeter, and air data accuracy for flight recorders. So we'll start with air data system design. Mr. Cooper, can you please describe some of the engineering considerations on the placement of static ports on a helicopter?
When placing the pitot and static ports on a helicopter, you must first consider the total set of customer requirements, and then consider the complex flow dynamics, as was shown in your presentation, that occur throughout the whole flight operational regime of the aircraft.
And when you say customer requirements, can you expand on that, please? What that could entail?
For example, they have where they're going to operate. So if they have to land in austere conditions, sand, grass fields, have to consider impacts to material entering the probes or damaging the probes. Must consider maintenance operations on the aircraft. If the probes are placed lower, there is risk, of course, to the maintainers, bumping injury as well as damaging the probes. And then another area that needs to be considered, what other sensors are populated on the aircraft? Those sensors have their own needs for placement to meet their performance requirements, and they can create disturbed airflow in themselves in different locations that, of course, would affect that probe location.
And Mr. Cooper, how does the location of the static port affect the cockpit instrument readings during different regimes of helicopter flight, such as hover, cruise, sideways flight, backwards flight?
It's a function of the static position error that exists in those different regimes of flight. So the helicopter has, of course, a wide operational movement, forward, rear, sideward, rearward flight, as well as side slip limits. The static port placement must be able to handle the whole regime, although accuracy is normally presented in forward flight.
And Mr. Cooper, how are the aerodynamic effects of the cockpit instrument readings due to placement of the static ports identified during the design phase for the air data system?
When this aircraft was originally designed in the late 70s, placement was done by experience and general practice. Military helicopters from Sikorsky at that time placed the probes over the cockpit and was generally found to meet the requirements. Of course, today, computational fluid dynamics could be used to analyze, but in the late 70s, that was an opportunity. So the placement is made, and then flight test is utilized to gather the data to identify the resulting error of that placement.
And is there a design target for the amount of difference between indicated altitude and the actual altitude for the helicopter when designing a system?
Can you clarify, please?
So for the difference between what's indicated in the cockpit instrument to where the helicopter is actually at for altitude, is there a target during the design phase that you try to achieve for the placement of the ports for certain airspeeds?
For the UH-60, it would be based on any government requirements.
And what about for commercial helicopters that Sikorsky has designed?
Again, it depends on the category it's being certified. FAR 291325, provides guidance for static position error, as well as it provides wording that you must use a certified altimeter.
Okay. And with the complex flow environments that we've identified that are present with helicopters in designing these systems, can you please describe some of the mitigation strategies that may be used to account for these aerodynamic effects that you see in the indicated altitude?
For the Black Hawk, at the time it was designed and with the government requirements that were provided, really probe geometry, placement, its installation angles is the primary tool. The UH-60 government requirements specified a specific altimeter to utilize. So that would not make the altimeter indication system an option to address any corrections. Present day, of course, with advanced equipment, air data computers give you more of an option. But again, 1970s, late 70s, that was not available, and the government requirements specifically called out the altimeter to be used, and it was provided as government furnished material, property.
And Mr. Bradham, how would the Army evaluate mitigation strategies developed by a manufacturer?
Yeah, so typically in flight test, but if I could just back up for 1 second and just to clarify, so for a pedostatic system, we talk about instrument error, which is the actual calibration error in the physical altimeter itself, and that's what you're checking when you check on the ground without the rotors turning. And then you have what we're calling, what is called position error or installation error, which is the error caused by aerodynamic effects around the aircraft. And those are two independent errors with different standards. And I would say the standards that the Army used and the standards that the FAA uses for civil aircraft are very similar, and these issues are not unique to military aircraft. But your question is how would we evaluate that? And you do an airspeed calibration in flight test, and that airspeed calibration determines, for a given flight condition, determines the position error of the pedostatic system, and then we can mathematically convert that into altimeter error, and we can assess that against a standard. So for the Black Hawk, the position error, that standard was a mil spec called MIL-I 6115, which has a very similar, slightly more stringent standard than Part 29.
And if a helicopter did not meet that military standard, would there be a required redesign, or would there be a correction factor that gets applied that pilots have to utilize? This question is to Mr. Bradham.
Yes, I think that would depend very much on the specific circumstances. There were, looking back through the historical documents, there were cases where there were small out of spec issues. One knot over a standard in one place, and the decision is made, by the government and the contractor that there's no further action required there. They can provide a correction to the operator when that's necessary, but again, I think it would depend on the particular flight condition and the particular size of and the effect of the noncompliance.
Mr. Cooper, for the UH-60L helicopter, the pedostatic probes are placed above the cockpit, which is closer in proximity to the main rotor. What are the technical considerations that would lead for those pedostatic probes to be placed closer to the main rotor?
In line what I stated before, it's a balance of the total set of requirements. So again, for a military utility helicopter operating in the landing conditions it does, placement of the probes lower, as I said, could expose it to ingress of material, danger to maintainers, damage during ground operations. So that would tend to give guidance, provide an alternative by putting it above the cockpit, as was done on other military models, Sikorsky and others produced at that time.
And Mr. Gant, can you describe how the FAA approaches certification of static systems and barometric altimeters on civil helicopters?
Yeah, so as mentioned previously, for altimeters in civil transport category helicopters, that is regulated by Federal Aviation Regulation 29.1325 for altimeters. And the expectation is that the applicant for certification would comply with all the requirements within that paragraph, including the position error requirements that are in there. There are allowable tolerances.
And from the FAA's perspective, would there be a concern with the placement of the pedostatic probes as seen on the Black Hawk?
I don't have any opinion on that. I think there's different ways to design, just as you've shown in your presentation. Maybe typical today is more on static port locations on the fuselage, but there have been many instances where static ports are also co-located with the pedo system. So again, it comes down with compliance to the requirements and not necessarily the aspects of whether that's incorporated one way or the other.
And Mr. Cooper, aside from customer requirements, what would be other technical considerations to select a pitot static probe versus a pitot probe with a separate static port that's on the fuselage?
Again, I sorry to come back to it, but it is the total set of requirements. In that picture you showed for the fuselage placement, that was a Naval Hawk aircraft, a Sikorsky-produced Naval Hawk aircraft, but it does not have a requirement for a sliding cabin, or also known as the gunner's window. So that area would be covered when the gunner's window is in the open position, as it can be in flight. So that would take that location, that example you've shown. It comes down to available real estate, the dynamic conditions in that area. In your discussions with me earlier, you mentioned tail ports, static ports, but again, there's equipment on the Black Hawk that would impact that operation. It's considering all the requirements that the helicopter must meet, what's fitted to achieve that, and what available area on the fuselage can be utilized, and then with that, understanding the dynamic conditions that may be present on that fuselage if it's static, if it's suitable for a static port.
And Mr. Bradham, aside from the static 1 and static 2 systems on the Black Hawk, are there alternate static sources?
No, not on the Black Hawk. The S1 and S2 are redundant, and each static system, as you mentioned in your presentation, pulls from each side's pitot tube. So S1's fed from both right and left, and S2's fed from both right and left.
Okay. Can you please, Mr. Cooper, this question's for you. Can you please describe the types of errors that can add up to ultimately affect the indicated altitude on the barometric altimeter?
As was stated by the other gentleman, there's two prime areas. One of them has several contributions, but there's the static source error, and then there is the instrument error. The instrument error for this altimeter has several factors that builds up to its estimated error. Instrument error, consider a tolerance. There's a plus and minus. So when you come up with that error, there could be in the plus direction or the minus. Static source error, which is identified, the resulting is identified during flight test. It's usually a number as a function of airspeed, and it is not constant, but I would not call it a tolerance. There's not a plus or minus. There is a number that's identified during flight test as a function of airspeed.
And Mr. Bradham, from the airworthiness perspective, how are the stack up of these errors managed by the Army?
So for the, from an airworthiness perspective, right, we have standards for each of the individual errors as they occur. So instrument error, so for the altimeter itself was handled for the Black Hawk by mil spec. It was a mil spec, it was 81852 and 81851, and that lays out a number of individual tests under specific conditions for a number of specific errors. So for example, inside the altimeter, there's two separate calibration tests, one for the Colesman window gearing and one for the expanding aneroid capsules. And there's different standards for those, and those are independent errors. So we don't have a standard to roll all that together. We do it by each individual error that occurs to make sure it meets tolerance. And I believe that's how it's done, not just in the Army. But then you have position error, and as I said, that's a mil spec 6115 alpha, which has a standard for that. So and then, yeah, so that's how we manage it. Each one of the errors has its own tolerance defined. And there's corresponding civil standards. The FAA has a TSO, a technical standard order, that defines altimeter instrument error, and FAR Part 29 talks about altimeter position error, same as the mil specs used to.
Mr. Cooper, can you tell me about other designs for barometric altimeters. In this case, the accident helicopter's barometric altimeters uses aneroid wafers or capsules, as Mr. Bradham mentioned. Can you tell me more about other designs that ultimately allow for higher precision and accuracy for barometric altitude or pressure altitude?
So first, the time period, that was a common design. And as I said, in the government requirements, that altimeter was specified to be used and was provided by the government. As time has gone on, and certainly current day, air data computers became available, which provided they did not have the mechanical wafers, the mechanical indicating dial. They did not have the mechanical correction for the Colesman window. So those errors could come out. So the implementation of air data computer, which requires a different display medium, allows you to achieve a lower error at the instrument error analogy.
And Mr. Bradham, what are the factors that are considered in transitioning existing helicopters to newer technologies such that Mr. Cooper just talked about?
From an airworthiness perspective, we're just looking to see if it meets all the standard requirements. I would say that, the Army and DoD, we've moved away from the very prescriptive mil specs, and we use commercial standards more typically going forward.
And Mr. Gant, from the civil helicopter side, at what point do the design requirements warrant transition to newer technologies that we're talking about here with air data computers?
Well, we don't prescribe when a new technology has to be introduced unless it's one that we think would improve safety to the extent that we would go through the whole process of rulemaking to make that technology available, or a requirement, excuse me, in the federal regulations.
And Mr. Gant, would changing operational requirements in the national airspace key into that decision of whether rulemaking is needed to require newer technologies?
I would say it could factor into that.
And this question is for both Mr. Cooper and Mr. Bradham. Aside from rotor wash considerations, what other challenges are there in designing an air data system that provides accurate indicated altitude to the pilots?
I go from my perspective, the main issue is low speed operation, right? And that's the influence of the rotor wake, which is what you talked about, right? It's why you see, when an aircraft picks up to a hover, why you see the altimeter decrease, right? It's the rotor wake coming down on the static system. And that's at low speeds, common to helicopters, that can be an issue. It's why the Black Hawk pressure instruments, really below 40 knots aren't used. So I think that's the primary issue, but the configuration of the aircraft can affect the static position error.
Yeah, for low speed, it is obviously the rotor wash, but at more forward speeds, that rotor wash is not impinging on the probe, so that is not a factor at the higher speeds. Certainly above 60 knots normally is where we don't see that effect. Again, depends on the install, but it is the configuration of the aircraft, what else is installed, either originally or as the model has been utilized, and certainly the customer has updated configuration of the aircraft. So installation of items can have an effect on the static position error.
Thank you. I'll hand it off to Ms. Mueller.
Good morning. Mrs. Lewis, when flying at low altitudes, do you normally reference the radio or the barometric altimeters?
In my experience, when flying at low altitude, I would be referencing the radar altimeter.
And when would you transition roughly between the two?
In my experience, certainly 200 feet and below, I would be referencing the radar altimeter. However, if I was flying on a published MSL route, I would be referencing barometric altitude.
Ms. Lewis, can you go over the procedure for setting up the barometric altimeter and checking it before flight?
Yes, as part of the cockpit equipment checks, the barometric altimeters are set on the ground before the aircraft is started, and the requirement for the Army is that they are within 70 feet of field elevation.
And where do you get the barometric setting from, usually?
From ATIS, the Automated Terminal Information System.
Thank you. Mrs. Lewis, what reason might you flag your barometric altimeter as being inaccurate?
Aside from the initial check on the ground, in my experience, the only reason I would have to question my altimeter would be if ATC were to call me and question what altitude I was flying at, if I was supposed to be flying at an assigned altitude or on a route at a particular altitude.
Okay. So moving gears a little, Ms. Lewis, what other helicopters have you flown?
I have flown the Alpha, Lima, Mike, and Victor versions of the Blackhawk, and those are the only helicopters that I have flown.
Okay, thank you. So on those other models, have you seen any differences between the Lima model and those helicopters for the barometric altimeter?
Can you clarify the question, please?
Okay, so when you're at hover in that flight regime, have you seen between like the Alpha to the Victor and the Limas different, like do they feel different? Like what is being displayed on the barometric altimeter?
In my experience, I'm not referencing the barometric altimeter to hover.
Mm-hmm.
I would be glancing inside at the radar altimeter while at a hover. I would not be paying much attention to the barometric altimeter at a hover.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradham, could you please describe the standards related to the design of the static system for the Army helicopters?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important, of course, to point out again that the standards are very similar between military and civil, particularly the ones used for the Blackhawk. And so we'll talk about all the different kinds of error, right? So the standards, you have a standard for the instrument itself, which was the mil-spec 81851 and 81852, which have the same tolerance. And that has a number of different tests inside it, a number of dynamic tests for things like hysteresis and friction. But I think the main ones to focus on here are the two calibration tests. You have a scale error test, which is where you test the calibration of the capsules themselves. Mm-hmm. And then you have a barometric scale setting test where you test the calibration of the Colesman window gearing itself. So you have standards for each one of those, and those standards vary by temperature and they vary by altitude. So for example, in the scale test, the standard at sea level standard temperature is plus or minus 30 feet. But at 500 feet, that's plus or minus 35 feet. It changes. At extreme temperature, that can go to as far as 60 feet. And then the barometric scale setting is generally plus or minus 25 feet, but it too changes. And that's very similar to the FAA TSO, which is based on a Society of Automotive Engineers standard. And then you have the position error standard. As we talked about, that's for aerodynamic effects on the system, and that's in this case that was from MIL I 6115, which is plus or minus 25 feet per 100 knots of airspeed. And that's very similar to 29, to Part 29, which is 30 feet per 100 knots of airspeed. And then I'll just mention it here, just that if you compare radar altimeter to baro altimeter, you have to keep in mind that radar is measuring true altitude, like if you put a tape measure out the aircraft to the ground. Pressure altitude is measuring a pressure altitude based on a temperature assumption, and so you have to correct for non-standard temperature as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cooper, what amount of difference between the barometric altimeter and the helicopter's actual height is expected for UH-60L?
Based in my review of the government requirements prime item development spec, I've not found a standard cited for static position error, not defined. Instrument error is identified by the mil specs that were cited, 81852 and 8851. The mil spec that was cited, 6115A, was identified in a report, but have not found it defined in the government requirements. So ultimately, the resulting error was identified by flight test.
So those identified by flight test, and we've kind of already talked about this a little bit, but the error changes at different regimes and different flight regimes.
So yes, the flight test data is presented as altitude error as a function of airspeed. So it is not necessarily constant number. And as in the report for the UH-60 Alpha, which the configuration is the same for the Lima, it is changing for the clean configuration, so I can't give you a singular number. For the configuration, it's called high drag. It's when the external stores support system, also called ESSS, and we often, at least in this course, we call it ESSS, so there's a lot of acronyms used there in case I say it again. That also has a different static source error curve. That one is more consistent, though, and is a nominal above, I believe, 40 knots is a nominal 50 foot. I'll have to check on the speed, but it is, as you stated before, as is the clean, higher in a hover, but in forward flight, it's a nominal 50 in that configuration.
Thank you. Oh, and just for people who are listening, the ESSS, or the picture of the accident helicopter, the wing tanks out the side. Right. So how does Sikorsky manage that difference in altitude? What is it that you produce for the operator and the crew?
So the flight manual is approved by the Army. Its content is that which is approved by the Army. In the report of the test I cited, in that document, it recommended that the curves for the altitude position error for the clean, as well as the high drag external storage support system, be included in the flight manual, but it ultimately was not included in the approved version.
Thank you. So, Mr. Bradham, Mr. Cooper was just saying about how the flight manual discusses the differences for the clean configuration helicopter, but it didn't make it into the Army flight manual, the differences for the ESSS system.
I'm sorry, just clarification, both altitude errors
Both
are not
sets
in the
of
file.
altitude,
Just
sorry.
for clarification.
Do we believe that crews should be informed of this difference?
So for the external store support system for ESSS, yeah, that level of position error between 80 knots and 100 knots of about 40 to 50 feet. That level of position error was identified, in the original qualification of the system. We verified that level of error exists through the L. We've looked for records of the discussion. At the time, there would have been an operator's manual content review board, and we've looked for a record of the discussion about altitude. We've not found a record of a discussion about whether, about a decision to include or exclude that information. I think it's important to put that information in context when you're thinking about what to provide to an aviator in particular error has no influence. Spec, and in my experience, typical aircraft separation distances are 500 feet or more. So it would be, I'd be speculating if I went to the reason of why put that in record.
Now that it's been identified, do you plan on including it?
I would say we've been tasked by the program, the Airworthiness Authority has been tasked by the Program Office for Utility Helicopters to do the analysis, which we've done, and to provide a recommendation back, which is being done right now, which will then go to the PM office for their consideration as to how to whether and how to incorporate it into the manual.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bradham, do you have the time frame for when that will be completed?
No, I can't speak to the program office in terms of the timeline. We've been...
Steve, or Mr. Bradham, I can speak to that.
Thank you.
I'm the Division Chief of the Utility Helicopter Programs Office. I was the one who tasked Mr. Bradham's organization to take a look at this issue. So typically we have a 30-day turnaround on tasks to the organization. We're about week 2 of that. And that's about the time we found out about this issue. And so we should have something back this fall at the latest. And we'd be happy to keep you appraised of that status.
Thank you. And I also ask that you bring your mic closer to you. Thank you.
Will do.
All right, Ms. Lewis. During our investigation, we saw the 80 to 130 foot differences between the barometric altimeters and then the radio and the geometric altitudes. Would you, as a pilot, consider this amount of difference impactful to your operation?
In my experience, a difference in 80 feet or so between the radar altitude and the barometric altitude would not be cause for alarm. Generally, I'm relying more heavily on one altitude instrument versus the other, depending on what I'm doing and what altitude I'm at. So I'm generally not looking at both and trying to figure out the difference between the two, depending on what I'm doing on that particular flight.
All right, this is for Mr. Cooper, Bradham, and Rosengren, just to start. But during the ground testing of the 12th Battalion helicopters, 2 of the helicopters, the barometric altimeters were within 20 feet of tolerance. But once we were in forward flight, with 100 knots of forward speed, the barometric altimeters showed errors of 80 to 130 feet. What types of errors do you believe could contribute to this 80 to 130 foot discrepancy?
Yeah, I'll start with that one, please. So when you think about all the different errors that could contribute to that, one, you have to make sure the Colesman window is clearly set correctly, and that the Colesman window actually reflects the right barometric pressure. So the flight tests you're referring to are the ones on the 15th of May, that 1-unit flight. So backing up, it's important to point out that that's really an anecdotal event. It doesn't use the standard flight test methods that the military and the FAA would use in order to characterize a pedostatic system. So there's not an independent truth measurement of barometric pressure and some of the other things that we would use here. But so in terms of the errors, one is the Colesman window. Then you have the instrument error, which is what you saw on the ground. All 3 of those aircraft were registering altimeter low on the ground, but within spec, right, for the instrument error. Then you have the position error. So 2 of the aircraft were clean. and one of the aircraft was ESSS. So the clean aircraft at 100 knots, you're looking at about roughly 7 feet altimeter low in position air. For the ESSS aircraft, about 50 feet position altimeter low for position air. And then you also have to correct for non-standard temperature because you're trying to compare radar altimeter to barometric altimeter. And so that wasn't a factor for the accident aircraft because the conditions were close to standard and you were low altitude. But on the 15th of May, those flights, you were flying at about 1,000 feet and about 9 degrees hotter than standard based on the aircraft OAT. That's about 36 feet altimeter low. So the combination of those factors, the instrument error, the position error, and a temperature correction, which all happen to be in the same direction, doesn't always happen that way, but in this particular case did, that if you carry that for the 3 aircraft, those errors ends up bringing you to relatively good agreement between rat out and bear out, if you compare them that way.
Thank you.
And I concur with all the statements that were made. Just one clarification, because I was involved in that ground evaluation. One of the aircraft, the right altimeter, did fall outside the Army maintenance manual check limit, so that was out of spec, and in fact, its vibrator was inoperative. So that right altimeter data would be in question for that aircraft.
Thank you. Mr. Rosengren, do you have anything to add?
No, I just, the only comment I have there is whenever Mr. Bradham and I kind of went through the data, pursuant to some of the questions I think we'll have later, I was properly educated and pleasantly surprised. We was able to get to doing the air stack ups within 1 foot of the differences, and so we'd be happy to provide that data to you in writing later.
We would definitely appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So continuing on that, and you were talking about how it is anecdotal, and we do recognize that 3 helicopters is quite a small data, it's a very small sample set, but it did line up with the existence of a possible wider discrepancy. Do you, and you have looked into that clearly, is there additional testing planned between the Army and Sikorsky?
So from an airworthiness perspective, we've gone back through the data and we have airspeed calibration data for the Lima. We understand the static position error. So we don't have any flight testing planned. I'd leave that to the program office if they have other thoughts relative to that.
Yeah, no, as I mentioned earlier, I was as initial receipt of the data from the flight test and anecdotal flight test you mentioned, I wanted to look into it, and I asked Mr. Bradham's organization to please let's get together and try to understand what's going on here to see if there is an issue. And again, after stepping through all of the various sources of error, and again, it's a very piece-part manner, everything was within specification minus the discrepancy we've tasked them to look into. And so I don't see any need from a safety or airworthiness perspective to do any changes for the Lima helicopter. From my perspective, I advise the colonel who advises the Army the safety of the aircraft. My perspective is this is a safe aircraft.
Yeah, and we can, if you'd like, we can talk to the difference between the recorded pressure altitude in the recorder. Yeah. Oh, cool. Thank you.
So this conversation makes me conclude that this feels like this is an inherent limitation of a barometric altimeter.
That based on all the information we've worked together and along with our Sikorsky friends, I believe this is the expected errors in an altimeter system. So when we provide that data to an aircrew, there should be an expectation, as I believe they're trained to have that expectation, plus minus 100 feet or so.
Thank you very much. This is the end of my line of questioning, and Mr. Payne will begin next.
Get my microphone positioned here. Hello. I'm going to follow on with specifically pilot operational considerations, and we talked a bit more about stacking errors, and we touched upon setting the Colesman window correctly. I'm going to come back to that. So I'll start with Ms. Lewis, and I'll have some questions for Mr. Bradham also later, as he's an experienced Black Hawk pilot, it's my understanding. Ms. Lewis, earlier you described briefly setting the altimeter, your operations around that area. As a pilot, can you walk us through in detail the process of setting the altimeter according to the Army's operational procedures?
Yes, as part of the cockpit equipment checks, the barometric altimeters are set generally based off of the local ATIS information, and then it's compared to the known field elevation. And as long as there's not more than a 70-foot error, then the altimeter is considered reliable for flight.
Sure. I want to get into a bit of a discussion about the known field elevation. So you cross-check, obviously. Once you've set the altimeter according to the ATIS, there's a 70-foot allowance. My next question goes into, how do you determine the field elevation for those who are unfamiliar in the audience? Where do you get that data from?
Field elevation is published on airport diagrams. It's published on approach place. It's published in a number of places for airports that we operate in and out of.
Sure, for operational airports. So continuing on with maybe where your unit was based, is it tribal knowledge or an official part of Army procedures to discuss if there's changes in elevation between where the measurement is taken, which for FAA airports typically at the highest point on the runway? If you're starting or performing that check, as you said, prior to rotors turning, are you do the Army's procedures account for a difference in the airport topography when you make that check and try to fall within the 70 feet?
The Army procedure is to check tower setting against the setting for field elevation, and that it's unreliable for flight if more than 70-foot error exists.
Sure, okay. Can you recall a circumstance where the published field elevation varied significantly from where you initiated the checklist procedure in your career?
As part of the checklist procedure, we don't attempt to determine if the elevation is different based on where the aircraft is parked. We base it off of the field elevation.
Okay. I'm just going to we talked about field elevation being published at FAA or, some kind of, whether you're in another country, there's published data available. What if you're at a remote or unfamiliar airfield, you're operating there? Is there another resource you might use other than published chart, or would you rely on the topography of the chart itself in that situation?
I would rely on the known field elevation if there was one for where I was landing and taking off from. And in my experience, I would have generally departed from somewhere where I had an altimeter setting. And if I did not know what the field elevation was or was unable to determine it, I would maintain that altimeter setting until I was back in location to receive an updated altimeter setting.
Okay, noted. Yeah, I'm just trying to approach the situation from as many angles as possible. When you're flying in the national airspace system versus flying on deployment outside of the national airspace system, for example, do these procedures change at all, or there's more emphasis done in the NAS versus on deployment, or does it remain the same?
There's no difference in how we approach setting altimeters when we're operating in the national airspace system versus on a deployment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to incorporate Mr. Bradham into this line of questioning as well, so I just want to totally lean on Mrs. Lewis. So Mr. Bradham, during flight, how would a pilot determine the barometric altimeter is erroneous and unreliable?
Yeah, so in my experience, the only time we've done that in flight, right on the ground check, if you had a significant difference, between the right and the left side in the ground check before you took off. And I want to point out that ground check exists. The FAA uses that same, in the Airman Information Manual, uses a similar check with plus or minus 75 feet. But yes, and in flight again, if there was a significant disparity between the right and left side while you were flying, and I mean a significant disparity, more than 70, 80 feet, right? You would make note of that and come back. But if ATC contacted the aircraft and said, hey, you're not at your right altitude, and we were, according to our instruments, that then would be cause for concern. But otherwise, and I've, in my experience, I'm trying to recall if that's ever happened to me where I've had a barometric altimeter problem like that, and I don't recall one.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Lewis, you previously mentioned being queried by ATC. Have you ever experienced that in your career or thought to a situation where you might want to question whether or not the left and right side altimeters were comparable?
I have not had an experience in my career flying the Black Hawk where the barometric altimeter, if it passed the checks on the ground, was unreliable.
Okay, thank you. Let's say hypothetically you had a crew and the two pilots did detect an offset between the right and left baro altimeters. I'll start with Ms. Lewis. What would they do? And then as a follow-up, would there be anything in the Army's operational procedures that would require the pilots to make a report or report it to maintenance?
If there was a discrepancy between the left and the right pilot's altimeter, are you asking which altimeter we would use?
Well, no, not which you would use, but you've detected this discrepancy. It's more than 70 feet. Is there a requirement to report that then to maintenance, your command, make a note of it somewhere?
Yes, if there was a greater than 70-foot difference, that aircraft would not be flown. It would be placed on a grounding red X condition and be taken out of service until the altitude discrepancy was addressed.
Okay. I'm going to come back to this question, and you touched on it previously. You said you preferred a different altimeter for different type of operation, different flight regime. In Army procedures, is there ever an operational area where you would cross-check between the barometric altimeter and the radar altimeter?
In my experience, in a situation where I was flying close to the ground, maybe 500 feet and below, if I was supposed to be at an MSL altitude, but I was flying low to the ground, in my experience, I would be referencing or cross-checking both instruments in that situation.
Okay. I understand it would be difficult because it would depend on where you're operating. If you're over sea level, obviously that calculation's much easier. Getting more into a bit of an acuity discussion, so it's discussed in our internal investigation. If you're flying in visual conditions during the day, what would the altitude visually that the pilot could recognize, would 100 feet difference be something that pilots are trained to know visually without reference to any instruments versus maybe 1,000 feet? Mr. Bradham or Ms. Lewis can take that.
Yeah, I'll give my experience. Yeah. And when you're very low to the ground, that's true, right? To be able to tell the difference between 100 feet and 200 feet, I would say yes. But at a much higher altitude than the difference between 4,000 feet and 4,100 feet, no.
Right. Yeah, exactly. If you're at higher altitude, also you can maybe tell the difference of thousands versus lower. Let's see. Would this change at night? If you were, low-level flight, you'd say, I can tell the difference between 100 and 200 feet at night. Would you expect that calculation to be the same? I'll ask Ms. Lewis.
It's always difficult more difficult to determine your altitude when flying at night, but I agree with what Mr. Bradham said, that if you're very low level, 200 feet and below, it's a little bit easier to determine, but even at 1,000 feet, 100 feet of difference is not something that in my experience, that I'd be able to accurately determine.
Sure, and then a quick follow-up there. If you're wearing night vision goggles, I guess, can you expand on the possibility of doing that under NVG at low level?
NVG's low level, if I have, it would help if there were known obstacles that I knew the height of as I was flying in the area out to the left and right of the aircraft. It really depends on what environment I'm flying in, what obstacles are there, buildings. It would really just depend on where you were flying out, how easy it was to determine a difference in 100 feet of altitude when looking outside the aircraft.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Just to follow up on Mr. Payne's question, for both Mrs. Lewis and Mr. Bradham, if you were flying in day visual conditions, could you notice a difference between flying at 200 feet versus 300 feet?
That's a difficult question to answer. From my experience, I would have to say that would depend very much on the terrain that was around and how familiar I was with that terrain.
I would agree with that statement. It would depend on where I was flying, and as I mentioned previously, if I knew the height of some of the obstacles or perhaps building or terrain in the area.
So to clarify, if you were not familiar with the terrain that you were flying through, then what does the answer change?
Can you just restate the question once just to make sure
If you're not familiar with the terrain you're flying through, could you pick up on a difference visually looking out the window between flying at 200 feet versus 300 feet? Is there enough of a difference at those altitudes?
Yeah, that's a difficult question to answer. I'm not sure if you'd be able to resolve that difference.
I agree. I don't know that I could 100% accurately determine the difference in altitude.
And my question was for day, so just to confirm my understanding, at night and under NVGs, it would be even more difficult to make that distinction?
Yes.
Thank you.
That was my kind of operations-related section. I'm going to shift gears slightly for my last few to Mr. Cooper, discussing some differences between the Mike and Lima model. So, Mr. Cooper, please describe the pedostatic system design on the Mike model.
Do you want to explain what the Mike model is versus Lima?
Sorry, for the audience, the Mike model would be a newer version of the helicopter. If you want to just expand on that rather than me explain why don't we just talk about the differences as well?
Again, it has its own set of requirements, to their vehicle, different engines, different, more capable rotor blades. So, but from an air data system, it utilizes the same pedostatic probes in the same location as the Lima. That is unchanged. It employs air data computers, ADCs. There is less plumbing because there are no, I will call them analog instruments equivalent to what is in the Alpha or Lima. So those probes feed directly, they feed the air data computers. The air data computers feed multi-function displays with digital data. And then those same ADCs through a redundant path provides air data information to the flight controls or any other subsystems within the aircraft which needs that information. There are two ADCs. Each go to their respective pitot probe, and the static, just as with the Alpha and Lima, is crossed. So there's the redundancy there.
Okay, so in summary, you've replaced, you said, well, older analog digital systems, there's less tubing because you have two ADCs and a glass panel display. I guess my ultimate question would be, given the differences between the Lima and the mic, would you expect more accuracy out of the mic versus the Lima in terms of displayed altitude?
Again, we talked about static source error and instrument error. I would expect improved accuracy for the instrument error aspect. The static source error is not changed.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the microphone over to Michael Portman, aerospace engineer from the Flight Recorders Lab. He's going to discuss air data accuracy for flight recorders.
Thank you very much. All right, good morning. So yes, as Mr. Payne mentioned, I'm going to start my questions with some design requirement questions for flight recorders. So I'll start with Mr. Gant on the civil side. What requirements exist for flight recorders in civil helicopters?
So for flight data recorders, there's a requirement in Part 91, which are the general operating rules, that if you are operating a multi-engine turbine-powered helicopter with a seating or passenger capacity of 10 or more, you must have a flight data recorder that records the parameters that are contained in an appendix. I think it's Appendix E, but of Part 91 that lists all the parameters as well as the accuracy requirements for those parameters.
Okay, and that was for Part 91. Are there equivalents in other operating parts as well?
Yeah, Part 135 has a very similar requirement for, again, multi-engine turbine air-powered helicopters with 10 or more passenger seating capacity. There's another break if you have a helicopter that carries 20 or more. There's a different FDR requirement, but still one.
Okay. Can you expand for a moment on, you mentioned that included in these appendices, there's also standards for accuracy of the data. Can you expand on that a little bit, specifically if you know anything about the altitude data?
Yeah, I think in the Part 91 Appendix E, I'll say the standards as I read them are fairly loose. I mean, for accuracy for the altimeter, I think it reads from anywhere from plus or minus 100 to up to plus or minus 750 feet with a resolution of, I can't remember, either 130 feet or 150 feet on readout.
Thank you. One more question for you, Mr. Gant. What methods does the FAA require to ensure the continued accuracy of recorded flight data?
Yeah, so there's no specific rule that says how often you need to be, I'll say, interrogating a installed FDR to see if it's still providing realistic data. However, in the technical standard order, as well as in our advisory material, it is incumbent upon either the manufacturer of the FDR or the installer to come up with a maintenance program. And then our recommendation in the advisory material and AC 21-141B is that a reasonableness check for the FDR should not exceed being done beyond 18 months.
Okay, thank you very much. Turning to Mr. Rosengren. So looking at the design of the flight recorder system on the UH-60L, it's my understanding that this system was added after the initial production of the UH-60L. Can you just explain a little bit about when that occurred and what the motivation was for installing that system?
Yes, sir. So it was we call it a commercial off-the-shelf or COTS solution that we bought for the Integrated Vehicle Health Monitoring System, IVHMS. It included both a health and usage monitoring system, so a PCMCA card that a data card, I can't tell you what PCMCA stands for, a data card that you could pull out and download the parametric data that's also sent to the flight data recorder that we used for accident investigation, such as this. And so that IVHMS, the Integrated Vehicle Health Monitoring System, produces COTS. It was around the mid-2000s. So in 2005 and 6 is when we consulted with our who we purchased this. Component and DO-178 were considered to make sure that and so when we did the modification work, we got an airworthiness release from the Airworthiness Authority, the modification work order to and then before we went through the installation.
Okay, and then I'll follow up specifically on the parametric data side of things. Did you have any standards or ideas that you had for what sort of things you wanted to be recorded, or what accuracy you wanted those things to be recorded with?
So the main reason we were putting the system on was twofold. It was for the health and usage monitoring system, which as the gentleman referred to, is our maintenance program that we use. So we download those parametric data after each flight or weekly. And we take a look at the data, make sure it's mainly there for regime recognition. So by regime recognition, that's where we try to determine how the aircraft was flown, so that if we have any particular parts lives that are depending on how aggressive or non-aggressive you fly the aircraft is dependent, then we can determine that from the parametric data that regime was in, and then we can decrement the parts lives appropriately.
Thank you. Next question. Which standards, or are there standards that exist that the Army uses or requires for the accuracy of the recorded flight data on the UH-60L?
So we had a digital source collector operation requirements document back from 1996. We're happy to provide that if we haven't done that already. And in that standard, it was encouraged to have a commercial off-the-shelf solution, for which we did. So we didn't give the vendor we bought the commercial off-the-shelf solution from a data accuracy requirement. We did make sure that since it was commercial off the shelf, we made sure that it met the airworthiness requirements, but that it was capable to do the health and usage monitoring system requirement, as well as the flight data recorder function.
Thank you. Can you describe how the Army verifies the function and accuracy of the flight recorder upon installation?
Yeah, so at the end of the modification work order, there's a maintenance test flight that's performed. And as that maintenance test flight is performed, we have a maintenance operations check and MOC. And in that MOC, we record what the displayed altitude or other parametric parameters are. Select not all, but select some. I'd be happy to provide that table to you. And then we record what was recorded in the parametric data.
All right, and then a follow-up to that. Can you describe similar thing, how the Army ensures the continued function and accuracy of the flight recorder in operation?
Sure. So as I mentioned, each time the particular installation has occurred, we do those maintenance test flights and we do the MOCs to make sure that the installation was successful. As we improve the system over time, we went through a substantial upgrade back in 2008, where the original 2005 system did not have an integrated flight data recorder. So the 2008 version, we put the integrated flight data recorder, of which we have the configuration today. We've had several software upgrades. During each software upgrade, they do a system integration lab test at the factory to make sure that the software performs as designed. And then we go through a similar airworthiness analysis of the MWO with the updated software. And then that MWO is then updated. And again, each time it's installed, we do the maintenance test flight and then do the maintenance operation check at the end to make sure that the data is correct.
And just to clarify, are there any requirements for downloads at certain times specifically to verify the function and accuracy of the recorded data itself?
So we download the data at the end of each flight. It's available for download and put into our data warehouse that we monitor through artificial intelligence and other means to make sure that the data is reasonable. And so that's performed on a regular basis.
And is that specifically for you mentioned for doing, usage and vibration analysis and whatnot. Is that specifically for that, or is it to look at a broad spectrum of parameters?
Yeah, there's 3 specific parameters we look at. I can get to those particular parts, but there's 3 specific parameters we look at to make sure that the vibration data is not over any exceedances. And if those particular parameters are over exceedances, then we do an on-condition change to those parts.
All right, thank you. Moving on to some operational questions, although I am going to stick with you, Mr. Rosengren.
Yes,
how is the flight recorder data used within the Army? I know you'd mentioned that it's mostly used for this vibration analysis. Is there any other example of, or any times that you can think of where download of the FDR data or the flight recorder data of any type has been performed for reasons other than those you had mentioned?
In the operational Army, there hasn't been. There has been programs over the years where we try to do a flight operations quality assurance type of effort. So those efforts have been done where we've used the downloaded data to do flight recreations, mission rehearsals, those sorts of things. But that never got out to the operational Army.
Okay. Can you describe how the data is downloaded?
Sure. There's the data card that gets pulled out of the system, and then that's taken to an aircraft notebook, a laptop computer, and you input into the laptop computer, and then there's a procedure to extract the files and get it into the cloud-based system where we store our data.
Another question for you. When looking through the data, we did notice that that there is no GPS global positioning system data that is recorded on the flight recorder. Can you just explain why that is?
Yeah, as was mentioned before, the 16 Liam is an analog aircraft, and so when we did the modification work order and the installation to put the system on the aircraft, the signals that were available, and those signals were not available for incorporation into the integrated vehicle health monitoring system.
Thank you. One last question as I'm wrapping up, this time for Mrs. Lewis. On the UH-60L, the air data transducer provides pressure altitude information to the heads-up display. I'm curious, in your experience, have you ever done a cross-check while using the heads-up display between that altitude and the altitude that's in the barometric altimeter?
Sir, in my experience, using the heads-up display would be for low-level flight under night vision goggles, and I would not be referencing barometric altitude in my heads-up display.
All right, thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Shin.
Mr. Fuchs, can you pull up Exhibit 7 Kilo Juliet, page 23? For the witnesses, that's the presentation backup slides that has the diagram for the right barometric altimeter and the uncorrected pressure altitude that it feeds to the helicopter's transponder for the UH-60L, and how that pressure altitude data gets transmitted to ATC ground radar and also out to ADSB. So, Mr. Bradham, on the UH-60L, if the right barometric altimeter provided inaccurate altitude indications, regardless of the source of the error, would the transponder transmit that inaccurate pressure altitude through to ground stations?
Yeah, so the transponder on the right side has an encoder, and the encoder sends a signal in 100-foot increments, and that signal is based on pressure altitude, so it's referenced to 2992 as the Colesman window. So if the pilot made a mistake and put the wrong Colesman window setting in, or the setting was not indicative of the true static pressure, that error would not be transmitted. But any other errors in the system would be transmitted. But the encoder is transmitted in, it's only in 100-foot increments. So, yeah. Cool. Thank you.
And Mrs. Lewis, are there, for the UH-60L, are there procedures for what pilots should do with the transponder's functions if they detect that the right barometric altimeter has become unreliable during flight?
For the UH-60 Lima, the transponder is required for flight. So if there was an issue with the transponder, the aircraft would return to whatever station it departed from, and that issue would be addressed before flight was continued with that aircraft.
I'm sorry, if I may, could I just add one point that the encoder, it's sending in 100-foot increments. It changes at the 50-foot mark, but the standard is at the 50-foot mark plus or minus 40 feet. So it can be 90 feet off inside its specification. Thank you.
And Mrs. Lewis, to clarify, if the right barometric altimeter was determined to be unreliable during the flight, knowing that it transmits its encoded altitude to the transponder, is there any procedures to disable the altitude reporting function on the transponder, or do you just leave it alone?
There's no published procedure for addressing that I'm aware of.
And would you notify ATC of the discrepancy that's identified if flying in the National Airspace System?
I would.
Mrs. Lewis, going back to one of the previous questions about cross-checking between the left and right altimeters, and this is a question that Mr. Bradham can answer as well. Is there a published procedure for pilots to cross-check between the left and right side for accuracy between the two altimeters?
The check is against field elevation. It's not between the two altimeters. So the 70-foot error, if field elevation was 0 feet, one could be 70 feet and the other one could show minus 70 feet. So it's not an error between, it's not checking for error between the two, it's the setting against field elevation.
Yeah, no, I concur.
And if there was a discrepancy between the left and right barometric altimeters identified during flight, let's say on the order of 100 feet, Mrs. Lewis, how would you verbalize that, or how would you triage that with the other pilot?
If there was a difference of around 100 feet, 100 feet, that's to maintain within 100 feet of altitude is the standard for us flying. So if it was right at about 100 feet, that would not give me much cause for alarm because it would still be within the standard of maintaining altitude within plus or minus 100 feet.
Mr. Bradham, when you were saying the additional 40-foot change on the transponder altitude, do you have documentation of that you could provide?
So the encoder standards, it's mil-spec 81852, which was the mil-spec for the altimeter. When you in the encoder section, it says the standard is at the 50-foot mark plus or minus 40 feet from that. And so it's in mil-A 81852. It's paragraph 356, and under encoder it said the switching point shall be at altitudes 50 feet plus or minus 40 feet removed from the nominal indicated altitude.
Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
Michael Portman has another question.
Sorry to circle back. Just one last question for Mr. Gant. In Part 135, Appendix E, you had mentioned that there were standards for accuracy, in this case for altitude, that can vary between plus or minus 100 feet to plus or minus 700 feet. Can you clarify that those standards are plus or minus 100 feet that is recorded on the FDR as compared to what?
I would have to defer that question to get back with you folks.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Gant, the FAA has several restricted category UH-60L helicopters that are approved for civil use. including the Lima model. What are the static system and barometric altimeter design requirements for these restricted category helicopters?
So the FAA regulations for bringing in surplus military aircraft that have been designed and manufactured for use by the U.S. military, given a satisfactory operating history, which usually is at least 10 years, if they are surplus and they are determined to be airworthy by the FAA, they can come into the system utilizing, I'll say, the military records as well as military flight manuals. There will be no additional showing to the FAA to bring those aircraft and put them under registry under restricted category. And under restricted category, that severely limits operations, mainly to agricultural, external load operations, and forest and wildlife management, which usually translates into firefighting operations.
Mrs. Lewis, can you just clarify for us, when flying low level, what would be the primary instrument you would reference for altitude?
The radar altimeter, in my experience.
And would that change when flying on a helicopter route with a ceiling?
If it's a published MSL route, I would still be referencing radar altitude, but I would also be taking barometric altitude into more consideration than what I normally would be if I was flying at a low altitude, if that makes sense.
Okay. And is that, so if I understand you correctly, you'd be referencing low altitude on a MSL route with a ceiling. You'd be referencing both the rad out and the barometric altimeter.
Yes.
And is that trained or is that a personal technique?
There's no standard for which instrument I would be looking at, but if I'm on an MSL route, I would have to be at some point referencing the barometric altitude to maintain the route altitude.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, my question, I think, really was, is that a procedure that's trained in the Army to cross-reference those two instruments, one on a route of that nature, or is that more of a personal technique for you?
I would say that's more of a personal experience-based technique for me, but also coming back to if I'm on a published MSL route, the only way for me to maintain the prescribed altitude for that route would be to utilize my barometric altimeter as well.
Understood. Thank you.
Chairman Hamady, that will complete the technical panel's questions.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back and start promptly at 11:35. All right, I think there were some lines at the restroom, so we'll give it a few more minutes. Don't worry. All right, welcome back. We're ready to proceed with witness questions from the parties to the hearing. I'll speak slowly as people take their seats. Okay, each party will have 5 minutes to question the witnesses. We'll have 2 rounds And parties, please remember, you must limit your questions to the topics listed in the agenda. Please also refrain from asking questions that call for speculation or analysis. Finally, remember that only your designated spokesperson may question the witnesses. We'll start with the airline. I'm going to start with alphabetical. We'll change it up every single time. So we'll start with the Airline Pilots Association.
Thank you, Chairman. This first question is going to be for Chief Warrant Officer, Ms. Lewis. You spoke about referencing barometric altitude while flying an MSL or a mean sea level altitude route. If the maximum altitude for the route is 200 feet MSL, would an error of up to 130 feet affect your operation and ability to fly that altitude accurately?
What's the 130-foot error that you're referencing?
So that's the specific potential altitude deviation we saw from 100 to 135 or 130 feet of the exemplar aircraft that was flying. So it's the potential barometric altitude discrepancy that we saw between the exemplar helos.
No, it would not affect my ability to fly that route as long as the aircraft altimeter setting is within 70 feet of field elevation for both the pilot and co-pilot altimeters. It would not affect my ability to fly that route.
Okay. Second question is going to be for Mr. Gant. As previously discussed, the NTSB and the Collins, they calculate a conceptual static error between the two systems. The error was calculated as 135 to 193 feet, depending on the assumed speed deviation. How does this affect safety of flight for helicopter routes with a maximum ceiling of 200 feet?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
So there was a conceptual static error that was calculated based on the forward speed of the helicopters. It was between 135 feet and 193 feet. This is from the Airworthiness Factual Report on page 53. How do you think that error, that altitude error of 135 to 193 feet can affect the safety of flight for helicopter routes that have a maximum ceiling of 200 feet MSL?
Yeah, I'm going to defer an opinion on that. My area is really around the airworthiness of the aircraft and not the operational aspects, flying routes, low-level routes.
Would anyone else on the panel like to respond for us on that one?
I believe you're referring to, Collins did an analysis to determine when the airspeed capsule light would come on in terms of a difference between the two sides, but that's not what the airspeed capsule light, I'm not aware the airspeed capsule light was actually illuminated. I think that was just an attempt by Collins. I'd be speculating to the intent, but I think that's what the analysis was trying to say, and I'm not sure. I just recall those numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, I concur. Collins was trying to identify when an alert may be provided to the crew, what level of error. It did not mean that error was existing. And that alert is for something else. It's for flight path stabilization fault. It doesn't mean that error occurs. It's just they were trying to evaluate what could, at what limit would alert crew, and was that trying to scope the magnitude of the error that was present.
Thank you, sir. The next question, that is for you also, Mr. Cooper. Considering the increased airspace congestion across our continental United States, should older aircraft like the UH-60 Lima model, which lack a bit of modern instrumentation and rely on legacy systems, be more aggressively phased out, given that there's an increased potential risk in operations with commercial traffic?
I'm sorry, I think that's speculation, and my role is in engineering, design, and test, so I don't think I can comment on that area.
Okay. Last question for you, Mr. Cooper. Given that operational data from the UH-60 aircraft shows the deviations, and once again, I'm referencing the 80 to 130 feet in the exemplary aircraft, between the field elevation and indicated barometric altitude, does Sikorsky view this as an acceptable margin within their flight envelope?
The data that was taken during that evaluation, understand how the test was executed, but as the Army has mentioned, that there were a series of factors, including the fact that one of the aircraft had an altimeter tested post that evaluation that was outside of the maintenance limits, and its vibrator function was not functioning, which in the mil spec for the indicator creates a larger instrument error allowance. I really cannot comment on that data because I do not believe it represents the aircraft's expected performance.
Thank you, sir. No more questions at this time.
Thank you. FAA.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Gant, I just want to clarify one thing with you. Does the FAA evaluate or certify military helicopters to operate in the National Airspace System?
Yeah, well, there's two methodologies to get a military surplus aircraft into the system under 2125. I mentioned earlier, like a UH-1L designed and built for use by the U.S. military with satisfactory operating experience. If surplused out and can be determined to be airworthy, it can be accepted without further showing. There are other military helicopters that were derived from a commercial aircraft before it was militarized and went into military service. And in that case, if that aircraft was surplused, you could bring it back into the FAA system, if you will, either under restricted category, or you could return it to its original civilian configuration and get it, I'll say, recertified to the appropriate part that it was certified to originally to get a standard C of A, airworthiness certificate for that aircraft. So there's two paths. Both can lead to just restricted category operations, but either way, you're going to be operating in the NAS with with a restricted category. Airworthiness, though, you're very limited on what you're allowed to do.
Mr. Brandom, how often are the static altimeter calibration tests performed on Army aircraft?
Yeah, so the maintenance, the maintenance that's required is the pitot static test procedure, and that's done every 12 months, which is, I believe the civil requirement is every 24 months.
And I'd like to follow up. Would an air traffic controller know that there was a discrepancy error in the altimetry system?
So I'm not being a controller. I'm not sure what information they have access to. I would say that certainly controllers, well, I'd be speculating other than to say that controllers must certainly be aware that there are error tolerances for barometric altimeters.
Based on what the transponder is sending out, would they see a difference from where the helicopter actually is?
Well, the encoding transponder, right, is sending pressure altitude, and it's sending it in 100-foot increments. And again, it has the encoder could be, you know, if the actual altitude is 110 feet, the encoder could send 200 feet.
Right.
Right. And so if the aircraft error is inside that band, then no, there wouldn't be any difference in what's being transmitted.
Okay, thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. We'll go with NADCA, air traffic controllers.
Thank you, Chair. We have no questions for the witnesses at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. PSA Airlines.
Thank you. A couple operational questions here real quick. Ms. Lewis, before I want to go back to some of the questions that Mr. Banning asked was, you say that flying at low altitudes, you use the radar altimeter below 200 feet. But when flying on the published route, you'll use the MSL. You use a barometric altimeter.
That's correct.
Is there any published standard in the manuals for which altimeter you should be using? Or is it just up to the pilots?
There's not, but to go back to what I previously stated, if I'm flying a published MSL route, I would have to be referencing my barometric altimeter to stay on that route.
Sure. So is it left up to the pilots to decide which instrument is primary?
If I'm flying a published MSL route, I would have to be referencing my barometric altimeter in order to maintain the published route altitude. That's not to say that I wouldn't also be cross-checking my radar altimeter. I'd be referencing multiple instruments as I was flying the route. I would be looking at both, but in order to stay on a route with a published MSL altitude, I would have to be in some part of my cross-check relying on my barometric altimeter.
Okay. So, yeah, I understand. And that's basically, is there any briefing that goes in before the flight if you're doing the low altitude flying with your pilot or the pilots up there to discuss which instrument they'll be using or cross-referencing or which one's primary?
In my experience, the crew would discuss the altitude of different routes of flight prior to flight, but there would not be a specific discussion as to what instrument we would be looking at in the cockpit along the route of flight.
In your experience, which instrument is more accurate?
I can't speak to the accuracy. That's a difficult question to answer. As far as my experience, which instrument is more accurate? Both the radar altimeter and the barometric altimeter have tolerances, as Mr. Bradham has discussed, and as long as the aircraft is within those tolerances, I don't have any further reason to question, as a pilot, their accuracy.
Step back to my mic here a little bit. This is for you again, Ms. Lewis. You stated that at 100-foot discrepancy between the altimeters being used by each pilot would be within specs. Would your level of concern be raised where you are operating with a 200-foot ceiling?
I didn't say within specification. I said it would be within standard, as Army pilots are expected to hold their altitude plus or minus 100 feet. And as far as along the route of flight, no, that would not raise my level of concern if I was on a 200-foot MSL flight. That's just in my experience.
Yeah. Okay. I yield back the rest of my time. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Sikorsky,
Sikorsky has no questions at this time.
U.S. Army.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to follow up on two questions. In reference to the earlier line of questioning about distance or height estimation while flying, I'd just like to ask both Ms. Lewis and Steve Bradham, based in that same vein, based on your confidence, what would you have a higher confidence level at low altitudes at nighttime using night vision goggles for height estimation or being unaided?
Night vision goggles, sir.
Yeah, sir, it's been a long time since I wore night vision goggles, but I'd say night vision goggles.
And then just a follow-up question for Steve Bradham. If we talked a lot about the inherent errors that are within acceptable range of the static system and the altimeters. Those can compile and still be within standard. Could you describe what the kind of max extent of that acceptable deviation could be, and that could be presented in the cockpit?
Yes, sir. So as I said, the way we do, the way we qualify these systems is we look at each error individually. Instrument errors inside the altimeter, the static position error of the aircraft, based on the flight condition, we have standards for those individually. When we talk about a stack, they can combine, but I'm not aware of a definitive standard for the combination because you have to deal with different flight conditions and whatnot. But there's a couple of different ways to look at that. One way is just to say the maximum instrument error you could see and fly the aircraft would be 70 feet on an altimeter. And then you would add position error to that, which by the spec would be 25 feet. So that's 95 feet of error. That doesn't include a mistake in the Colesman window or not having the right barometric pressure in the altimeter setting. So that's a kind of a rough approximation of a maximum error that you might see, 95, roughly 100 feet. I think if you did that same math on the civil side, you'd see their altimeter check was 75 feet, and 129, or sorry, fire part 29 gives you 30 feet of position error, so that'd be 105 feet.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Just to follow up with the FAA, and again, you probably can't answer this, but I'll put it on the record and we can come back to it in a later session. How does the FAA account for the known deviations within instrumentation errors that are acceptable?
Pretty much as already described. Again, the Airman's Information Manual, I think even in the IFR Flying Handbook, talks about setting your barometric altimeter on the ground and verifying with you're within 75 feet of field elevation, and then the periodic checks every 24 months to do the ground tests of the altimeter system.
The Army has no more questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We're going to turn to the Board of Inquiry, and I'm going to go ahead and start. Ms. Lewis, I have a few questions. First of all, I just want to clarify. If you're on a published MSL route with maximum altitude of 200 feet, I'm going to be even more clear. You're on the Potomac River, maximum altitude 200 feet. Would you be referencing your barometric altimeter or your radio altimeter?
I would reference both, ma'am.
You would reference both. And is that by practice or by policy?
That would be by practice, ma'am.
Okay. Would it surprise you if we interviewed standardization pilots and other pilots at the 12th Battalion who said they relied on the barometric altimeter?
Would that surprise me? I would be surprised. I would think most pilots would be cross-checking both in those conditions, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But is there a policy?
No, ma'am. There's no policy of
by
which
training and by
instrument
practice
specifically to look at.
Okay, great. So the formation flight of the 12th Battalion, that the tests we did at Davison Airfield, true altitude is 45 feet. So Ms. Lewis, the barometric altimeter on the ground, no rotors turning for one of the helicopters showed 0 feet. Would that concern you at all, and why not?
No, it would not. The field elevation there being 45 feet, that would be within the 70 foot
Within the
tolerance.
plus or minus 70 feet?
Yes.
Okay, and so the expectation once you take off, rotors are turning, you lift, you do a hover check, you take off. Are you thinking about that plus or minus 70 feet, or you've checked it at Davison Airfield and you say, okay, it's within tolerance, I can go? You're not doing math the entire time, correct?
I would not be doing math the entire time in my experience.
Great. So then you have, so for our test, rotors turning 100%, no collective input, again, 45 feet. All of a sudden, the barometric altimeter drops to negative 25 feet. Is that a concern, and why not?
Ma'am, might I speak to that?
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am, when you pick it up to hover, when you have rotors turning, what you're seeing is the rotor wake influence on the pitot tubes, and it's a standard effect, and I think pilots are aware of that effect, but they're not really looking at barometric altitude because we know below 40
You're looking at
knots.
radio altitude.
Well, yes, ma'am, particularly at low speed. When
Right.
you pick up to a hover, you're not picking up to a hover based on barometric altitude.
Plus, it's within tolerance. Okay. So now you're doing a hover check, drops to negative 50 feet. Any concerns there?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because I would be looking at radar altitude at a hover, ma'am.
Okay, great. And now you are flying over terrain. Your barometric altimeter is negative 50 feet. Radio altimeter is 14 feet. You're at 60 feet. Do you have any concerns about the discrepancy? Off by 110 feet. You're probably not doing math, though, right? You're probably looking at your radio altimeter right then.
Yes, that's correct. I would be looking at my radar altimeter at that point in time.
Okay, now you're over the Potomac River in this area of the crash. Let's say your barometric altimeter says 1,070 feet. Your radio altimeter says 1,200 feet. There's a difference of 130 feet. Do you question it? You're looking at both. Which one do you go with? You're on an MSL route, max 200 feet, altitude, or not, let's just say 2,000 feet. 1,070 feet, 1,200 feet.
I would be referencing my barometric altimeter at that altitude.
Okay, and plus you said 100-foot difference, you said is not cause for concern.
Correct.
So you're looking at your barometric altimeter, which is 1,070 feet. What happens if you're on the Route 4 near the area of this midair collision, max 200 feet, and you're looking at your barometric altimeter, which you said you would be looking at, and you know there is a 75 feet between the glide slope and the east bank of the Potomac River. Would that cause for concern if you had a 100-foot discrepancy between the two? And which one would you go with then?
If I knew those facts ahead of time going into that situation, I would be referencing the barometric altitude very heavily, but I would also still be doing that quick cross-check of radio altitude to determine what altitude I was at that point.
And that's assuming you knew it?
Assuming I knew that ahead of time, yes.
Right, okay. Do you think you should know those things?
Can you clarify exactly which things?
Sorry. Do you think, sorry about that. You think you should know where those, that if you're operating at such low altitude, do you think you should know when there's only 75 feet and your max altitude is 200 feet?
Yes, I would very much like to know that.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for your responses. For the Army, have you looked anywhere else in the national airspace to see if this sort of, oh, I'm over time. I'm so sorry. I will add 2 minutes to their time. We'll go on to Member Graham, add 2 minutes to theirs.
Not a problem. Okay. Ms. Lewis, you pretty much have said that when an Army pilot begins a hover of their aircraft, that they are looking at the radar altimeter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there an altitude after the hover as you depart the field or where you take off from that you transition to barometric altimeter?
In my experience, it's not a set altitude, but as I'm climbing out of the airfield and once I'm no longer at a hover, generally I'll start referencing my barometric altimeter more heavily than I would have been before.
Okay. Is there a set altitude where a helicopter pilot in the Army should be transitioning to a radar altimeter?
There's no exact set altitude, but anytime I'm conducting, say, terrain flight 200 feet or below, I would generally be referencing my radar altimeter.
200 feet or below would,
yes.
Yeah, okay.
And that's just in my experience.
Your experience, okay. How do Army pilots ensure obstacle and terrain clearance while flying the Washington routes or at a low altitude?
In my experience, I've never personally flown the Washington helicopter routes.
Okay. Mr. Bradham, have you flown the routes?
I have not, sir, but I know on subsequent panels you have an Army witness who's very experienced. He's a standardization instructor pilot for that
I'll
unit.
ask him those. But in your experience, Ms. Lewis, how do you keep obstacle clearance or terrain clearance while flying at low altitude? What altimeters are you using?
My radar altimeter.
Your radar altimeter.
Yes,
okay. I assume you both have seen the Washington routes and their barometric routes. Have you seen other routes like this that are similar to Washington? Either one of you.
Sir, I'm trying to think. In my experience, I don't think I have seen a I certainly haven't seen one that has such narrow vertical separation with an approach path the way that Route 4 and Runway 33 do. There are other helo routes through Class B airspace, but I'm not the.
Okay.
I'd be speculating, sir, if I went further than that.
I flew low altitude at fixed wing in the military, and I thought it was very unusual to see routes 200 feet or less, 300 feet or less that are MSL routes. And I'm looking to see, do you know of any other routes like that that are defined that way, that low to the ground?
Yeah, I do not, sir.
I thought these were very unusual myself. Let me switch here just a bit. Let's, I think we were talking about the Mode C altimeter, what the transponder that sets the altitude, sends the message out on the altitude of the aircraft. And that is sent out, is my understanding, on the Lima model from the right side. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Is that the default, or is that the only one that sends out the
So that's the only one. So the right side altimeter is an encoding altimeter. The left side is not.
The left side is not. So this analog, there's only one.
Yes, sir.
No, does the mic model have the ability to change which altimeter sends out?
Yes, it does, because it has a different design. Its integrated system has a redundancy capability where if one fails, there is an alternate data path from the other sensor.
Well, let me stay with you on that, Mr. Cooper. So the Lima model, if there's a large altitude split between barometric altimeters, there's going to be no indication to the crew that's alerting them that there's a large split in the altimeter. Is that correct? Other than the crew looking and noticing it and talking about it. Would that be correct?
Correct.
What about the mic model? Is there something in the air data computer that if there's enough altitude split between the two, that they're going to get an indication that something's not right?
The capability exists. It's in the multifunction display system and software. It identifies whether the selected altitude between the pilots is over a limit.
Okay.
Because the design has the capability to select the same sensor. So it's meant to not only catch sensors, but display issues. So it compares displayed altitude.
Most aircraft that I'm aware of, fixed wing and otherwise, that have air data computers have a system like that and have a maximum split where there's going to be an error that will notify the crew that something's off. Would that be a correct statement?
All I can talk to is there are other modern Sikorsky helicopters that also have that miscompare capability. Yeah. In the analog era of the Black Hawk and even the original 76 when it was analog, that capability couldn't be implemented because the hardware means didn't support it.
Okay. This aircraft, I believe, was delivered in 2000. Am I correct on that?
2001.
2001. Are they still making the Lima model?
It is not in production, no.
When was the last year Lima was made? Lima was.
I don't have that date.
Okay. Does the Army have a plan for phasing out Lima models?
Yes, sir. We have a divestiture plan for the Limas that's currently ongoing, and so the plan is to replace the Limas with the mics because they are much more capable, as you've alluded to.
What's the average life of a Lima model?
Since they came into service 1989 or so, right?
Yeah, the first Lima was delivered in October of 1989.
And do you know what the average life that the Army is getting out of the Lima?
I can provide that data. The specific data is post this investment. I don't have it in front of me now.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you very much. I see my time's up.
Member Inman.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Rosengren, I'm going to start with you. And I will start with this. I thought I was going to be much more frustrated by the second panel, but I'm already that way. So I'm going to ask a very simple question. You just said you don't know the divestiture schedule for these models, correct?
No, sir. We know the divestiture schedule. What we don't have, I don't have the data in front of me, is the average life of the limas. We can get that down to you by tail number.
But earlier you said your only plan right now, based on the work that these experts have done and the research, your plan is that you hope in 2 weeks is to update something in a manual for them to tell them about this discrepancy? That's the only update you plan?
No, sir. We've asked our airworthiness organization to give us a recommendation. Once we get that recommendation, if it is determined to be a risk, we hold a system safety working group, which has user representations, safety representation, PM representation, and that safety body, independent safety body, will make a recommendation to the PM and the program executive office, which will be
Okay, hang on a second. What are you going to do in 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks, we'll get back the analysis from our airworthiness organization, the System Requirements Directorate.
So you don't even know if you're going to make any changes based upon the research we've already done?
So when we get the data back, then we will take that recommendation from our independent airworthiness organization, and then we will take appropriate steps.
Who is your independent airworthiness organization?
The System Requirements Directorate is the independent airworthiness organization that Mr. Bradham works for under the Aviation and Missile Command, which is a separate command, a separate four-star command that ultimately reports up to different change.
So I guess the bigger question is, are you telling me right now then, from what you've seen already, these Lima models are safe to operate in the national airspace?
So based on the specifications of operating the national airspace, we do meet the specifications of operating the national airspace. So with
Okay,
that,
then I'll stop you then. The next question is, are the specifications wrong?
so that's something I cannot speak to because I'm not necessarily an expert of flying in the national airspace. But when we receive the requirements, we make sure we comply with the requirements.
Okay, who can speak to that?
So the FAA provides the requirements for flying in the national airspace.
And then the military describes, or basically sets the parameters for how to design the airplane or the helicopter?
So when for a military aircraft to fly in the national airspace, we have to go through the same qualifications as any commercial aircraft. So we don't own those requirements for flying in the national airspace. We only comply with them.
FAA, would you like to comment on that?
Well, again, the civil aircraft flying in the NAS, if they're under a standard certificate of airworthiness, have met all the design standards at the time that they were certified.
Okay. So I just want to clarify something else because I think it's important because there's a lot of important people that worked on these airplanes. The altimeter differences that you've been discussing recently are not the effect of a maintenance issue, but it's a design issue.
Sir, I think what the discrepancies that have been seen can be explained by a stack of the different errors between instrument and static position error, and, for example, the temperature effects on the in the 15th of May for that particular set of flights. So I think you can explain that deviation as being within the tolerance band for those different errors.
How much tolerance should we have for aviation safety whenever civilian lives are at risk?
Yes, sir. Safety is critically
No,
important.
I ask you, how much tolerance for safety should there be when civilian lives are at risk?
Sir, in terms of airspace separation, for how much separation should there be between aircraft that are using barometric altimeters?
No, you just told me, I believe, all of this equipment in this manufacturing process is within the tolerances for safety. How much is that tolerance? I think it should be zero.
Sir, I think your line of questioning, I had those similar thoughts when I saw some of the data that your team poured up with. And then when Mr. Bradham walked me through, here's the physical limitations. There's nothing anyone can do when we have these machines that provide this data. And so we have to understand there are physical limitations to that, which is offhand plus or minus 100 feet. So from my perspective, when I was flying out here, going to fly in on the exact flight that had the accident. And so my condolences to the families. I can't imagine what you're going through. My thoughts and prayers are with you. But knowing that there's plus or minus 100 feet, any qualified Army pilot or any civil pilot will go. The fact that we have less than 500-foot separation is a concern for me personally.
Okay, so I'll ask you this question. There was a quote, someone said, modernization decisions made this decade will affect the next generation of Army aviators. Do you remember that one?
Yes, sir, I wrote that article.
And that article described how we need to update and outfit with additional technologies?
Yes, sir, Black Hawks are going to fly for another 50 years, and so I think it's very, very pertinent and very vital to upgrade the Black Hawk fleet today so that we can have 60 mics and even more capable aircraft in the future.
So should the Limas be flying today?
If I was king for a day, I would take all the Limas out of the fleet today and replace them with mics and make them better so that our soldiers have the most effective,
Well,
lethal
you're not the
fighting
king.
aircraft. No, sir, I'm not.
I'll pass to the next round, Chair.
Thank you, Member Inman. Great questions. Are you a party? Is the Army a party to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
So the reason why we have parties to investigations, the entire reason, is so that you can get data and get access to what we're finding in real time so you can make safety change immediately and not wait till the end of our investigation to do that safety change. When did the formation flight occur?
May 15th.
May 15th. So I'm a little bit confused. You have this formation flight, you know the discrepancies. What is the Army doing with the Limas, either at the battalion or the fleet, to address this? Do you plan? Did you test the other helicopters or the other Limas at the battalion?
So when
Yes or no? Did you test the other Limas at the at the 12th Battalion to look at whether there were any discrepancies outside of what you would anticipate?
I'd have to defer to the 12th Aviation Brigade for their maintenance schedule.
Okay. How about Army-wide?
So when we discovered the discrepancies on May 15th with some of the altitude, we queried our Sikorsky friends and got the data. We verified that the data wasn't...
Wait. When was that data obtained by you?
The Sikorsky data?
Mm.
So it was obtained in 1983. We have a model-based...
No, that you just asked for.
That was the 50-foot ESSS error, or external source support error.
Ma'am, I can speak to
Thank
that.
you.
So it came out of the factual report that came from one of the exhibits here that Sikorsky had provided input to, and we then went through the history of that, and we looked at a number of potential contributors. We wanted to make sure that that error existed in 1983. We confirmed that. We wanted to make sure that that error still exists, because there have been some changes to the aircraft over time. Went back through our airspeed calibration records, through some other, investigated some other questions to make sure that in fact that error exists. We have, right before this hearing, have gone through all our models and verified that we believe that that error exists.
Which error specifically?
And I'm speaking to the position error for the external storage support system with one tank on each side. So that position error of about 40 feet at 80 knots and about 50 feet at 100 knots.
Okay, so you mentioned, so you do not actually plan to test the other Limas to see if there are any unanticipated discrepancies in barometric altimeters?
So based on the flight test records we have today, we don't see a need to test the Limas because the configurations are standard across the fleet.
Do you is there other airspace, anywhere in the national airspace where this may be similar? Have you checked?
Ma'am, we did do a search to look to see if there had been any safety incidents on the Black Hawk related to the pitot-static system. We did not find any.
Did you work with FAA to look at the glide slope for any landing aircraft to make sure at any runway at other airports across the nation where you might have this same issue?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So policy-wise, you said you're putting something in a flight manual?
So there's several courses of action that could happen based on the recommendation from our airworthiness organization. We could update the flight manual to include the error table. We could take the air altitude correction table. We could put out an
Okay, I'm running
airworthiness
out of
release.
time. I want you to walk us through when that started, what each of the steps are to get to the end of that, to where you have a policy and a manual, or whatever the recommendations are in the airworthiness group. What are each of the steps and when will that occur? How many steps? I mean, not just how many. Walk us through that process.
Sure.
Ma'am, so the moment it was identified, the first step was making sure that in fact that error did exist, and that was going through all of our models. That's complete. We've looked at a number of things to try to make sure that that error hasn't been changed over time, and we've verified that. So that analysis is complete. Our aeromechanics group inside our airworthiness organization has completed that analysis. They should be providing the recommendation back over to the program office to provide our recommendation for what should be added to an operator's manual, or how the pilot should be made aware of that altimeter correction for the ESSS configuration. And then that'll go into the PM office for decision.
Then there will be a system safety working group that'll determine if there needs to be a aviation safety action message for immediate notification, or if it will go into a 2028 process to update the technical publications, or if it'll go in an airworthiness release. So that'd be the third and fourth final step.
How long will that take?
Once we get the memo back, so the recommendation, we can convene within a week, and then following the SysWig, we can determine, if it's an aviation safety action message, and that's coordinated through our Aviation and Missile Command, and that can happen within days. And if it's updated into a manual, we'd first put it in the AWR. Again, that's within days to weeks. If it goes into the manual, the 2028 process, there's a little bit longer, but we would put it in the AWR first so it's notified, and then the manual change would come out following that.
Okay. I need, how long do you believe this entire process will be?
So from today, being, let's say July, the end of July, so by the end of August, the SysWig should have met, and so early September, we should have the direction that'll come out of the System Safety Working Group, and then that'll determine the ASAM, the AWR, and/or the manual path.
Okay.
So September 15th ballpark.
And that's just the recommendation?
No, that's for the final action.
That is for the final action?
With the caveat that if it is determined to update the manual, that would take a longer process. The AWR would go out in the interim until the operator's manual is updated.
Thank you.
I got a couple questions on the flight data recorder. As part of our investigation up this point, radio keying was supposed to be recorded per the recorder documentation, but that data was not present. Do we know why?
So we witnessed that team. We sent a team down to a unit in Alabama and verified that data is not being downloaded. We're currently investigating that, and we don't know why that data is currently not being downloaded or not being input into the system. So it's an open issue that we're investigating.
Okay, and I assume our investigative team's tied in with that as when you guys know something?
Yes, sir. We would let them know
Okay.
when we find something out.
Yeah, for you, Mr. Rosengren, you indicated the accuracy of the flight data recorders are checked whenever there's a software upgrade. How often are there software upgrades?
So for this particular system, there was a substantial software update in 2011, and then there was minor updates in 2013, 2015, and 2017, and we're currently undergoing an effort to make another software upgrade right now.
Okay. And you did mention something about there was some thought behind doing a FOQA program with the flight data recorders, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We had an aviation data exploitation capability program back in the mid-2010s. That didn't come to fruition.
Okay. Do we know why it didn't?
I can't speak to the decision of the acquisition professionals, but I believe it just didn't make it past the certain checkpoints during acquisition programs.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all the questions I have for this panel. I want to thank the witnesses.
Member Inman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rosenberg, I'm going to go back one more time. You're saying middle of September, you're going to inform or hope to inform Army aviators of what?
If there's a change for the altitude with external storage support system on the aircraft, if there's a recommended delta altitude discrepancy.
Yeah, see, I think, Chair, and let me clarify one thing too, and I want to point this out. The parties that have been involved with us from the Army have been very helpful and I think worked with us very well. I think that was discussed earlier. So we're appreciative of this. This is the first time we're actually interacting with you all as witnesses, which I think is probably some of our frustration of what we're hearing in this testimony. And the reason I bring that up is, in a personal sense, I used to live at 400 Army Navy Drive when this crash occurred. I looked out over the Pentagon, DCA. Chair and I stood on runway 33 the night that this accident happened. I moved to McLean specifically so I wouldn't have to face that and my wife wouldn't have to see me wake up in the middle of the night. Whenever I moved to McLean, though, I found out after being there the last 2 weeks, I'm on one of your flight paths over 495. Over the last weekend, 5 of those Limas flew behind my house. And you're telling me it's going to be 2 months before you tell them that there's a discrepancy in their altitude? Could you hurry it up?
Yes, sir. We would do, that's a worst case scenario. We'll do everything to exceed that time frame.
How about telling them now?
We are in public testimony, and so we have put it out there in public testimony.
I hope every Army aviator is not having to watch the NTSB.gov live stream to figure out that there's a discrepancy in their altitudes of the planes that are flying around us. Sorry for my frustration. For Sikorsky, how many of these Lima models are still in operation around the world?
Sorry, I don't have that number. I'd have to, I cannot answer the Army numbers, and we'd have to go back to determine our international operators.
Could you please?
Okay.
How many were manufactured with this variant, I guess, is a good question. How many are still operating with a certificate?
Yeah, we'll find out. We can get the answer to both.
Okay. Has Sikorsky received any reports of conflicting altitude readings elsewhere outside of the military?
No, the answer is no. I requested information from our database and went through it, and I did not see any reports as such.
How much does a Lima model, how much did you sell a Lima model for?
I'm sorry, I'm engineering. I don't know the cost data.
Okay, can someone from the Army say how much you paid for a Lima model?
I don't have that data either, but we'd be happy to provide that for you.
That and how much the Mike model cost?
Yes, sir.
We also noted that I believe it's in the chairman's or the group chairman's report, and I'm going to just cite it a little bit. If I can pull it up here. That this altimeter was actually returned for service and reconfigured. Are you aware of that? The right altimeter?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Okay, it's in the group chairman's report for helicopters. Have you read the group chairman's report for helicopters?
Yes, sir. I've read all the exhibits for this hearing.
Well, I'd refer you to page 39 and 40. So if you don't know that that was done, I think it would be helpful to read it.
Cool.
Both the altimeter had been overhauled and recertified in 2018. Have you went back and looked at other recertifications and overhauls of altimeters to see if they're still within specs?
We have not, sir. And the device is a non-condition item, so it's only overhauled once it doesn't get pulled and overhauled in a regular interval. It only comes out when it no longer passes its checks.
So one final question before my time runs out. So the Army determines the mil spec for not only where the pitot tube is, now I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it, the pitot tube where it goes, but it specifies specifically the altimeter that must be used with it. Is that correct?
the original requirement specified the altimeter to use and actually provide it as government furnished property, but it did not specify where the probes would go.
So was that Sikorsky's decision of where the probe would go?
That was before my time, but I would believe so, yes.
And you earlier said that that was technology, I guess, in the 70s at the time that it was decided, right? Before you had flow test and other type of testing?
That is correct.
Have you not reevaluated that, the test to determine if a design change should occur now that you have new methods?
No. Again, there's been no further requirements for any different.
No, I'm not asking about a requirement. Has Sikorsky, now that it has additional ways to test, maybe went back and looked at its aircraft and said, we know better things, we should suggest a change in where these pitot tubes go?
No.
Any reason why?
As I stated before, when you consider there's limited real estate on that aircraft where these could be put, and other operational considerations. So again, austere landing conditions, worrying about damage to their probes, debris impacting the pitot or static ports. The other devices on the aircraft which would limit separate static ports like what was shown in the presentation. So again, limited areas and no identified need for different performance.
We'll keep going. All right. While I am asking this question, can Mr. Fuchs, can you pull up, I think we sent it to you, 7 Helo H Appendix A, Table A1. Before I ask that question, though, for the transponder, I just want to go back to the, well, actually, before I go to the transponder, you said, Mr. Rosengren, you had said possibly a safety alert in September or some sort of alert, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We could send out an aviation safety action message that would go out to the fleet.
Okay. And then when is the first chance for it to go in the manual?
So the manual goes through a 2028 process, so that would begin in lieu of going into the manual, we would put it immediately in the airworthiness release that would go fleet-wide.
Okay, but manual, that update begins in 2028.
So, I'm sorry, 2028 is the form that is submitted to make an operator's manual change, not the calendar year 2028.
Okay. But 2028?
No, ma'am.
Okay, please be very clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Alert, manual.
So manual, there's a process that uses a Form 2028. And that Form 2028, if it's determined it needs to go into the operator's manual, we would submit that by the September 15th timeline. When it goes into the process of upgrading the operator's manual, that I can't speak to the specifics. I can get you the specific timelines of how, when an operator's manual would be updated.
Thank you very much.
I apologize for the confusion.
No, that's okay. Transponder, let's say you're at 260 or 270 feet. What would DCA tower see?
So, ma'am, at 260 feet, the tower should see 300.
Great.
But they get pressure altitude as opposed to what the pilot sees.
And 230 or 240?
It should be 200.
Okay.
But there's a plus or minus 40 around the midpoint.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Appendix A, Brian, if you can pull that up real quick. So we have a compilation of essentially error allowances. 2 in the static system, 1, 2, 3 barometric altimeter encoder. Well, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different standards for the barometric altimeter. We've got the ESSS. We've got a clean configuration of the Lima. Are any of these additive?
Yes, ma'am. Some are additive, and some are not, the way the table's laid out. So, for example, the encoder is not part of what the pilot sees, so that's not additive. But there are, so there the instrument errors. The errors inside the instrument tend to be random, and they can combine. But so, for example, if you had a 30-foot scale error and a 25-foot barometric setting scale error, you would combine those through a method called the root sum of squares, and you would get roughly, that's a 39-foot expected error range for
And
those. So some of them are additive. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. For what the pilot is seeing, are any of these additive?
Yes, ma'am. So the instrument errors, and those are the ones you're verifying on the ground when you do the pre-flight check or when you do the pedostatic check. Then you have to, when you take off in flight at a particular flight condition, you have a position error, a static position error, and those are additive. They can be different, so one can be positive and one can be negative, and they can cancel each other out, or they can add to each other, but they are additive.
Okay, and does it depend, could it be different by helicopter, or is that fleet-wide?
Yeah, ma'am. So the instrument error would be different by altimeter. So the
By
right side and the
altimeter.
left side altimeter could have different instrument errors. It's just a random, it's a mechanical error inside the device. But the position error, so for example, the position error at a particular airspeed for a particular flight condition is the same for all the helicopters.
Okay, thank you very much. I will ask Member Graham next. Member Inman.
Mr. Rosenberg, is your department or your agency, are you responsible for all updates in regard to even maintenance, or is it just flight standards?
So my organization is the Utility Helicopter Project Office, and so we're responsible for acquiring new Black Hawk helicopters, and then we coordinate with our life cycle management program, the AMCOM, Aviation Missile Command, on the sustainment of the aircraft. And so we do not have maintenance standards that we own. We're an acquisition organization, not an operational organization.
So you buy stuff, you don't use it?
So we buy stuff, and then we work with our sister commands to make sure that it's used in accordance with the acquirer's maintenance procedures.
Okay, so you're in charge of acquisitions, is that right?
Yeah, so we're part of the Assistant Secretary of the Army for the Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology. And so we are the acquisition arm of the Army.
So just help me understand this then. Why does the acquisitions department issue airworthiness directives?
So the acquisition, we do not. We get them from our independent airworthiness organization. So AMCOM.
You keep pointing to the gentleman to the
I'm sorry.
right.
So Mr. Bradham is my chief airworthiness engineer. So
But he reports to you, right?
He does not, no, sir. He's
No, sir. Just for clarification, sir, I'm the chief airworthiness engineer, and I work in Futures Command in the Combat Capabilities Development Command Aviation and Missile Center in a group called the Systems Readiness Directorate. So Army Airworthiness Authority is delegated from the commander of Aviation and Missile Command to the director of the Systems Readiness Directorate. So I report through Futures Command, not through the program.
My apologies. I thought earlier in the testimony you said my bosses and you pointed to the left.
Oh,
So often the acquisition, we will task them to give us independent recommendations. That's probably why the gesture might have been that way. So when I tasked Mr. Brown's organization to give me a recommendation, that was probably, if I recall, maybe.
Have you tasked his organization to give you any other recommendations regarding this accident?
Many, yes, sir.
What were they?
I'd have to go through the records. I'd be happy to provide you all the taskings we've done. I believe we've shown.
Are there a lot of tasks, a few tasks, 2 tasks?
There's many tasks. When Mr. Parker would make a recommendation, we would funnel it through our program executive officer, General Phillips, and then we'd make sure we get all the requests from this acts investigation, give it highest priority, and make sure that we get it tasked and recorded per saving the records for this investigation.
Okay. Will you be on another panel, Mr. Rosenberg?
No, sir, but I'll be here all week.
We can recall.
You think? Okay. I'm going to be done for.
Well, okay. I have a few just that I want to make sure I get back to. For Sikorsky, what's the prime item developments? What is a prime item development specification?
That is the document which with the government conveyed its requirements to us.
Okay, and when you're doing testing and you certify your, it goes through design and certification, correct? Your helicopters?
It's designed, and then we provide the reports. Ultimately, the
Okay.
Army has airworthiness ownership.
And so the documents you provided, does it include all these allowable allowances for errors?
The report that we've cited to the investigative team identifies the error curves for altitude, yes.
The report, and that was provided to the Army?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay, so my question is, was FAA aware of any of this? Or the testing that was done, was that a surprise to the FAA of what was done and what the outcome was?
I do not know.
Oh, I'm not asking
Oh,
you.
sorry.
I'm actually asking the FAA.
Which,
You should not answer that question.
which testing are you referring to?
The tests that were done on May 15th on the formation flight.
And
I'm sorry, let me clear. The report I was talking about was from
Yeah, I know,
1983.
I know.
Okay.
I'm not, this is a totally different question. I'm getting a few of my straggler questions here.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with those reports that came out of the May 15th battalion flight tests. I did not have access to any of the, I'll say, the original Sikorsky data to form any opinion on the results.
Okay, thank you. Member Graham. Member Inman.
Yeah, I'd just like to go back to Mrs. Lewis. I think all the board members were offered, and I believe we all took the opportunity to do a simulation in the Lima or the Mike model and to wear night vision goggles. And it was very apparent as we were doing that, the instructor pilots next to us were talking us through what they would see. So we've actually seen the entire route, which is pretty disturbing whenever you look at it that way. My question to you is, if they were talking to us and we're looking through night vision goggles, you have to look out of the night vision goggles, if I'm correct, to be able to check your altitude?
Yes, that would be correct.
And earlier you said that you'd be checking your radar altimeter and your baro altimeter if you're at an MSL of 200?
Yes.
Is it a complicated task to be looking at two separate altimeter readings while at the same time using night vision goggles that prohibit your view by 40 degrees? And an iPad, sorry, that has ForeFlight along with an ADSB receiver that's remote?
Sir, in that situation at that low altitude, I would not be referencing an iPad. I would have that put away. But, I mean, it does take some practice, some experience to get used to cross-checking the instruments while flying goggles at a low altitude.
How much practice and experience would you need?
I think it would vary by the individual.
So let me just clarify that again. And the chair brought up a good point regarding the iPad, which has the ForeFlight, which is where their charts are supposed to be, correct?
That's correct.
So let me go back to, you have a night vision goggles on with a 40-degree field. We now need to check the radar altimeter, the baro altimeter, but we don't need to be looking at the iPad?
As I had stated before, I haven't flown this particular route, but at that low of an altitude, in my experience, I would want to know the route that I was on, that close to the ground, and not have to be looking inside the aircraft in an iPad.
So would the instruction as a standardization pilot, would the instruction be to not have aviators look at their iPad, which has the charts on it?
In my experience, at that altitude, I would not want someone inside the aircraft looking at an iPad.
Well, can we hold until panel 3 on
Yeah,
that
that's
one?
fine.
And then if you'd like, we could recall the witness for that panel.
And I realize you may not have flown this route, I apologize. Have you had a chance to read all of the docket material that we've released, Mrs. Lewis?
I've reviewed all of the docket material for the air data systems and altimeters.
Did you find anything disturbing in what you read?
In my opinion, the amount of clearance between the helicopter route and potentially the altitude of an aircraft passing over top of it was concerning.
I hope so. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to go back to the technical panel to see if they have other questions. And then my understanding is, because I'm getting texts from the team, that there are some party questions. So I want to make sure we are within schedule, so I want to make sure everybody's questions are answered. So we'll go back to technical team, then we'll come back to the parties.
This question's for Mr. Rosengren. Previously with the flight data recorder, you had mentioned that when the data is downloaded, it's looked for reasonableness. Is there a standard for reasonableness with the FDR data?
So just for clarification, we don't download the FDR data. We download the HUMS data, which is in the data card, but they come from the same remote data concentrator, so we're confident that they're similar, minus a few recording rate differences in hertz. So we download the HUMS data. I'm not aware of any standards. I can get back to you if I find anything different. One thing does come to mind. So the 3 parts that I did mention, there are some vibration standards we looked for to make sure that those 3 parts aren't exceeded. But outside of those three parts that we track, I don't know of any particular standards we use.
Okay, we'd appreciate it if you could get us that information, and particularly if the pressure altitude data is looked for, and if there's a standard for what's considered reasonable for that parameter. Jumping a bit, my next question is for Mrs. Lewis. This is a scenario-based one, based on what the chairwoman asked about flying over the Potomac River route. If you had a route ceiling of about 200 feet and you were to look at your barometric altimeter and see about 160 feet, but then saw on your radar altimeter about 280 feet, how would you triage that situation in your experience?
In my experience, so if the barometric altimeter is reading 160 feet, you're saying, and the radar altimeter is reading significantly higher than that, I would still, my primary concern on the MSL route would be staying below the 200 feet. And I would definitely, take note of that and maybe write the aircraft up for some, maintenance action. But at that particular time, I would, as long as there was nothing wrong with the aircraft before we took off as far as the field elevation and the barometric altimeter, I would, continue to assume that I was below that 200-foot MSL.
Thank you. And then my last follow-up question is, I think Mr. Bradham would be best suited, but Mr. Rosengren can chime in as well. Based on the discussions today for the answers that we've received today in panel 1, there have been limitations identified with the accuracy of barometric altimeters just as a technology. They're mechanical instruments compared to newer air data computers and more modern technology. So knowing that based on our testing and just based on experience that these older technologies have these limitations that can create larger altitude offsets between indicated altitude to where the helicopter is actually at, what sort of considerations would the Army have for when flying in the national airspace system where pressure altitude accuracy is crucial?
So I think there's a question about the size of expected altimeter error versus aircraft separation when you're talking about a route like this in the national airspace, and I think that's not. I'm certainly not an expert to talk on the route design and the amount of allowable separation, but clearly, when you take into account you know, there's standards for pilots to maintain altitude. There's standards, you know, for the altimeter error. And as you know, thinking about this, I don't think that we envision a situation where, well, prior to this incident, myself personally, in my experience, I wouldn't have envisioned a situation where you'd be operating on barometric altimeter, you know, with less than a 500-foot separation. But I think if you're asking if we're kind of relooking how we operate in the national airspace, I don't, with the exception perhaps of the correction for the ESSS configuration, I don't believe there's any deviance from what's accepted on the civil side as well. I mean, the military requirements, the 70-foot check is more stringent than the 75-foot check. The mil-spec 25 feet of position error is more stringent than the civil 30 feet of position error. So with that one exception, I think we're still operating inside the requirements.
And would there be any considerations to selecting certain models that have newer technologies or more accurate instrumentation versus older models in flying certain missions based on, again, known limitations with route ceilings or proximity to civil aircraft in the national airspace?
Yeah, I think that's an operational question, and I don't know that I could speak to that.
Is there someone here that can, as a witness?
I think it'd probably be best to wait for more operational, experienced witnesses to give more expert testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, just one follow-up question. Mr. Rosengren or Mr. Bradham, given your knowledge of the various electronic devices on the UH-60L model, are there systems that are currently installed that record the helicopter's position and either radar or geometric altitude over time that could be used for operational data monitoring for safety assurance purposes?
So we do include the radar altitude in our parameter data and the flight data recorder and the HUMS data, so that can be used. We don't record the GPS data.
Okay, and does that, where do those data go?
So that data goes to the same places, the flight data recorder and the health and usage monitoring system. I'll call it a card, PCMCA card. So those are downloaded to the integrated vehicle health monitoring system.
Okay, but who receives those data?
So those are downloaded after mission day, as I mentioned before, by the operational units, and then they're uploaded to the cloud so that we can access it as an Army enterprise.
Okay, so at a higher level, the Army monitors those data?
The Army has access to it at a higher level, yes, as well as
Okay.
operationally.
Could those data be used to determine if battalion helicopters are exceeding the maximum altitudes on the DC helicopter routes?
Yeah, so the information that's recorded, so you have radar altimeter that's recorded, but you don't have terrain being recorded, which you would need. The recorded pressure altitude out of the system, it's very difficult to map the recorded pressure altitude to the pilot's barometric, what the pilot's actually physically seeing. So the recording in the HUMS system is not recording from the pilot's altimeter the way the transponder is. You're recording from a transducer that's on the same static line, but not connected to that instrument. So although they have some of the same errors, the instrument error that's in the pilot's instrument and the error that's in the transducer recorder path, those are different sets of errors.
Yeah,
and so in some cases, when those errors are close to each other, you get good agreement. And in some cases, when those errors are not close to each other, you get significant disagreement. But unless you have a reference measurement, you can't parse that out.
Yeah, I'm not asking about comparing the two types. What I'm asking is, does it contain, it sounds like it does record radar altitude. Does it record position?
It doesn't record latitude and longitude. Is that what you mean by
Yes.
position? No, but it does record the parameters needed to reconstruct the flight. However, you do need a known data point. As our NTSB friends did here, they knew the data point that we took off from on on the flight, and so they were able to reconstruct the May 15th flight from that known data point. But it doesn't
Okay.
include absolute time or absolute position.
So it would require considerable analysis.
It would require considerable analysis and considerable note-taking on at least a known reference point.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
No more from the technical panel, Chairwoman Hamady.
Thank you. We're going to go in the same order. Alpa.
Thank you, Chairman. The first question we have is for Mr. Cooper. If barometric tolerances were tightened, would Sikorsky be able to support modification to these systems used in rotorcraft, even if it required retrofits or redesigns to the pitot-static systems?
For which model?
For any. But specifically in this case, it could be, you know, the Lima or the Micro going forward, whatever it might be.
Tighten to what limits?
If they were just tightened, say, we'll give you a number, say, plus minus 50 feet or something for field elevation barometric altimeter checks.
For the Lima, some, again, because it's a compilation of errors, as has been stated, it would require changing out of the government furnished provided indicator. So with that indicator, there's some limitations as to where you can tighten tolerances. For the others, it is plausible that we could analyze requirements and determine alterations to the probes. So plausible, but again, we would need the exact requirements. It's kind of hard to provide an answer, you know, for just a broad.
Of course. But so you're saying it would be possible, but it would have to be analyzed.
Yes, and the configuration, like I said, the external storage support system configuration has a larger error, and you know, need to understand how that applies also.
Thank you. Next question for Chief Warrant Officer Lewis. In your opinion, should any considerations be given to using different helicopter model types and low altitude routes located in congested areas?
As I stated before, I've flown the different variations that the Army has of the Black Hawk. I have not flown in the DC route structure. I have flown both the Mike and the Lima in low altitude, and based on my experience and not having flown here, I don't want to make a recommendation. I feel that's outside of my experience of which one's best suited to fly here.
Okay, understood. Thank you. That's all from Alpha.
Thank you. FAA.
I don't have any questions, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. NACA.
Chairwoman, we have no further questions. Our questions have been answered, and I'd like to thank the panelists today. Thank you.
Thank you. PSA.
Thank you. A couple operational questions real quick here. In your experience, Ms. Lewis, flying along, your co-pilot or instructor pilot voices a different altitude than you have of 100 feet. Is that any area of concern for you?
I would, if an instructor pilot, are you asking if they told me to adjust my altitude by 100 feet, would I do so?
If you call 300 feet and he calls you, I got you at 400 feet, would that be an area of concern for you?
100 foot of difference would not be a large area of concern. The first thing I would do would be to make sure we both had the same altimeter setting, and then address the situation going forward from there.
How much would it take to be a concern?
A couple 100 feet would be a concern in flight.
Okay. And I guess going back to the low levels, if you're on a 200-foot MSL route, would 100 feet be a concern then?
100 feet in what regard? 100-foot difference between the pilot and the co-pilot's altimeters?
Yes.
100 feet would still be, we would still have that 100-foot window, plus or minus 100 feet to maintain altitude.
Okay. Sorry, my next question. An example you were given by the tech panel You said if the bare altimeter was 160, radar altimeter displayed significantly higher, over 200 feet, you would continue to rely on the bare altimeter to conclude you were below 200 feet. Can you explain why you would fall back or use the bare altimeter as primary?
In my experience, if the barometric altimeter checks out good on the ground before I take off, and as we stated before, pilots generally, they're not out flying doing math between the barometric altimeter and radar altimeter, adding up altitude differences and considering that during flight. So as long as it was good on the ground before I took off, I would continue to assume that my barometric altimeter was accurate.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sikorsky.
One quick follow-up question. Mr. Cooper, just to clarify, you said that the pitot probe location on the Black Hawk was determined primarily by Army operational and performance requirements for the Black Hawk. Is that correct?
No, I said that those feed into the consideration of its location, right? You know, the available real estate on the aircraft, the required operational envelope of the aircraft, and what other equipment and considerations would normally feed into that selection. You know, I honestly have to say in the late 1970s, I don't know why they picked the exact location, other than various other military products of that time, including those delivered to the Army from Sikorsky, had their probes in an above cabin location.
So I think you're also saying that other military aircraft at that time had probes in that location as well.
Correct. The CH-53, the H-3, and the S-54 crane, X-64 crane had those upper locations also.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Cooper.
U.S. Army.
Just one follow-up question, Madam Chairman. For Mr. Gant, we've talked a lot about altimeter errors and the deviations that are within the acceptable ranges. Are these unique to the UH-60 Lima, or is this consistent in commercial and general aviation across the national airspace?
It's across all fleet types. The physics doesn't change, although between the FAA and the military, we might have slightly different requirements. You know, maybe just by way of background, for transport category airplanes, the position air requirement is the same, plus or minus 30 feet per thousand, or per 100 knots, excuse me. And that's been in place since 1958.
No further questions.
Thank you. Can you pull up that chart again, Brian? Okay, so I will ask this question of Mr. Cooper. The model of helicopter that was involved in the collision, understanding that there are different requirements when you're ordering, is this model generally sold to other branches of the military?
There's UH-60 derivatives to the other branches of the military, yes.
How about outside the military?
There are international customers.
They're international. Okay, thank you very much. And is there a difference on where the pitot probes are for the mic?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask I don't know if it's for Mr. Bradham or for Mr. Rosengren. I just wanted to go back to what you're working on for the flight manual and the safety alert. Did I hear you right that you are focused on the Lima with the ESSS and the outboard fuel tanks?
So, ma'am, it applies to the mic as well. So it applies to the...
With the outboard fuel tanks?
Yes, ma'am. With the ESSS wings and one tank on each side is the configuration that has been tested historically, and that's where we have good data on that particular configuration.
And that's what you're focused on for the policy change?
Yes, ma'am. For the
Or for the alert? Yeah.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
any sort of change to the flight manual?
Yes, ma'am.
The reason why I'm asking is if I'm looking back at the formation flight, you know, for the 12th Battalion, I mentioned the numbers, the difference between the barometric altimeter was 1,070 feet and the radio altimeter was 1,200 feet, off by 130 feet. That was for the ESSS. The lead helicopter and the third, I believe, were the clean ones, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Okay. So they don't have the outboard fuel tanks.
Correct.
My question is, the barometric altimeter on the lead helicopter showed 1,090 feet, radio altimeter 1,180 feet, with a difference of 90 feet. On the third helicopter, it was 1,100 feet and 1,180 feet, with 80 feet of difference. Does that concern you at all?
So, ma'am, so first you can explain those discrepancies, and if I could just talk through it just very quickly. So that delta that you see in those aircraft, if you take their how far those aircraft were from field elevation on the ground, and you assume that's a good approximation of its instrument error, and then you add the position error to that, and then you add the temperature effect, because on that day they were flying they were flying a warmer than standard temperature, which has, when you're trying to compare radar and barometric altitude, you have to correct for the temperature. So there's 36 feet of that roughly is a temperature effect. But so for those aircraft, if you take those standards, and I apologize, I'm flipping through my notes to get the exact numbers on the aircraft, but I have them for all the aircraft on that test. So for example, ma'am, so for aircraft number 1, it was 45 feet low on the ground. The position error adds 7 feet low, and then the temperature adds 36 feet low, which is 88 feet, which is close. So what you have is a case where you have 3 different effects all in the same direction.
Correct.
And then for aircraft, for the second aircraft, the one that was ESSS.
Those are the ones I went through before. A lot of those I went through before.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there are differences, obviously, from this chart in the allowable errors in the instruments, or in different components, correct?
I'm sorry, ma'am, say that again?
The chart. Some of those stack up, too.
Yes, ma'am. So some of those do. So the static system, the first 2 you see there are position error.
Yep.
One is military, one is civil. And then in the barometric, so for example, the scale error is the aneroid capsule error.
Okay, I don't need to go through all these.
Yes, ma'am.
We've already gone through all of these. The question I'm asking is you have a difference of 80, difference of 90. I understand there's temperature fluctuations. I understand there's allowable instrument error. What I'm getting at is, would you be concerned if this mid-air collision didn't happen and you knew, you had 75 feet of separation between the glide slope and the east bank of the Potomac?
Yes, ma'am. I'd say prior to this incident, that would not, I don't believe, have concerned me significantly. Understanding the vertical separation that existed in this case, yes, that would concern me.
Can I ask one more question? Was there at any, does anyone, and I'm going to ask everyone to answer this question, were there any efforts by the Department of Defense or Army to get helicopter Route 4 back in place after the Secretary did the work, thank you, of taking it off the map?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't know. That's not a
Does anyone else
area of my
know?
expertise.
I don't know either, ma'am.
I don't know, ma'am.
FAA, Sikorsky. Okay, thank you. Member Graham? Member Edmund. Does the technical panel have anything? We've got time.
No, ma'am, we're good.
Okay, then we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We will be back at 2:15. And just a reminder for the staff, lunch is served upstairs for all you all involved with this hearing. Thank you so much.